The untouchable True School Sports Empire proudly presents something the boxing game's been missing. Hey, what's going on? It's your boy BT, and I came here to talk some boxing with the thousands of True School Sports subscribers. Now, this is the official Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam live fight reaction extravaganza, and it's great to be here. As always, you know who it is. It's your boy BT, Brennan Taylor, reporting to you live and direct from sunny South Florida. Hope you guys are doing great. Wherever you're watching this video, if you're stopping by, make sure you drop that like button, hit that like button, smash that like button so this video gets out to as many people in the boxing world as humanly possible. I'm gonna be here the entire fight card. We're gonna sit through an entire Frank Warren card. So you know it's always a tough thing when you sit through these Frank Warren cards. You know, we got the cards about to start right now. I'll get to that in a second, but before we do that, I want to acknowledge some things and some people. First and foremost, what I wanted to say is this. If you guys want to support the content and the channel, you can do so. You'll see in the bottom there in the ticker all kinds of information like my pick for the fight, the odds for the fight, you know, all that good stuff. You'll see it right out there in the ticker. You know, if you want to support the channel, you can donate on PayPal at True School Sports 2012. At gmail.com or Cash App at Just a Kid from Dania. And then you can see the odds right there on the bottom. You know, you got Joe Joyce, he's a -1,000. Takam's a +600. You know, so it's basically essentially Joe Joyce is a 10-to-1 favorite. You know, and so the odds are very, very slim of Takam getting a win. But you know, those are the odds for today. My prediction for the fight is a Joe Joyce 6th round TKO. I just think Carlos Takam is a you know, he's got a lot of miles on the odometer. He's been, you know, in a lot of tough fights, you know, with Anthony Joshua, and he got knocked out by Chisora, and you know, he had the Parker fight. And I really believe like with him having so much mileage on his body, fighting a unit like Joe Joyce, it's gonna catch up to him today. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Make sure you smash that like button if you're new to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. Now, let's get to some comments before I start paying attention to the fight. Shout out to my main man, 50 grand from Sydney, Australia, John Isley. What's good, John? John says, blessings from Sydney, BT. All my love to Pops, bro. I hope he's feeling a Godspeed. I'm ready to join you 90 minutes. I trained for the Masters Boeing at the Pan Pac Games here in Australia at 5 to 7 a.m. Damn, pitch black. So he's getting it in. John not playing, and then he's gonna go and pray. He's gonna go and pray to Jesus. Yeah, absolutely. Praise be to the Almighty Jesus Christ. Linda, shout out to Linda. She says looking forward to this live stream and the fight. Thank you, Linda. It's great to have you here. And let me see. Oh, there you go, Linda, with the £2 super chat. Much love, much respect to Linda. We appreciate the love and support. And I appreciate everybody for the love and support. Make sure you guys, I'm gonna pay attention to it because there's a fight going on right now. But make sure you guys in the comments as well. Let me know what city, what state, what continent. Let me know where you're watching the fight from, just so I get an idea of how international we are for the live today. You know, I want to know where you guys are. I'll give you a shout out in a timely fashion. But right now, we got our first fight on the card. It's a fight between two fighters that I'm not gonna say and act like I'm familiar with them, but you got Chris Bork versus James Beach Jr. and they're fighting for the WBC International Super Bantamweight title. So this is basically like a regional belt or one of those titles that you have to win to push yourself and get yourself ranked in the top 15. And these two guys are both at 122. So let's put that sound on and let's see what's going on with these guys. I don't know anything about them, so we'll see what they have to offer. If you guys get any boxing questions, anything you want to discuss, you drop that down as well below.
Who's been a pro since 2018.
All right. So you got who's who? I gotta figure out who's who. So you got James Beach Jr. and Chris Bork. Chris Bork and James Beach Jr. That's the fight going on right now for the WBC Super Bantamweight title. Chris Bork is in the black trunks. James Beach Jr. is in the yellow Kronk gym looking trunks. You know, Bork's the southpaw, Beach the orthodox fighter. You know, the important fight for both these guys' careers, because the winner of this fight's looking at potentially getting themselves ranked. That's always a big step for any fighter's career. The Joe Joyce Takam fight isn't for a couple of hours. You know, you got some time before Joe Joyce and Takam get it on. I'm gonna say right now I'm on the East Coast, so it's 2:30 right here in the East. I would say sometime between 5:30 and 6, you could expect Joe Joyce to come. Yeah, man. You got time, so I'll be here for a couple hours. If y'all got anything y'all want to discuss, drop it in the comments. Smash that like button. We here, man. We here.
Welcome back to the SSC Arena in Wembley. Interesting opening round. Ben Davison alongside me tonight. How did you read it, Ben?
Yeah, I'll give Chris that round, but only because he hurt
I'm gonna get to that in a second. I think
his transitions through distance need to be a little bit smoother. He knows that Bork is waiting to look at him to bring onto that left hand. I think a few feints just like
I didn't see Liam Paro fight today. I didn't see him fight today. Maybe was that in the Olympics? Because I didn't watch the Olympics today. I'm gonna watch them tomorrow. I know a couple. I know one of the U.S. women's fighters got eliminated today. I know Yashiro Ramirez got eliminated today. Round 2 of James Beach Jr. and Chris Bork as they score out for the WBC International title at 122, fighting for ranking position.
Ramirez is an extremely tough lad though, and sets a good pace, holds a good pace.
Good feint there by James Beach Jr. And look, you look at both these guys, and look, I have much respect for the British fighters, but you tend to see this with British fighters. They're very classy boxers. They like to throw punches to the head, clean and effective punches. Kind of like they have a bit of the amateur style sometimes. And it's like, if you look at Chris Bork, he's got these very long arms, but you don't really see any sort of concerted effort for him to go down to the body. Even with the punches he's setting up with, they're all punches he's setting up with to the head. Liam Paro in Australia. I'm not familiar with him. He fought today. I'll check him out. Liam Paro.
Everything's at the same pace. All the feints are at the same speed. So he's not getting the bang for his buck out.
Good jab there by Chris Bork.
Sharp feint, and you can check Beach's reaction from that.
As far as the game plan for Carlos Takam and Joe Joyce, I mean, for Joe Joyce showed in his last performance against Daniel Dubois, he showed an amazing jab. He damn near looked like George Foreman at times, and I mean that in a great way. Like his jab, being as slow as he is, he's about as slow as George Foreman, but that jab was piercing the guard of Dubois. So I feel like with him, he's got to work that jab. Joe Joyce has to work that jab to close the gap so he can impose his size and his youth all over Carlos Takam. Carlos Takam is old, not just as far as age, but he's also old in terms of experience and in terms of, the wars he's been in. So you want to really ask those questions of Takam early and see if you can deliver an impressive performance, because, Takam's given Anthony Joshua a good fight. Anthony Joshua stopped him in 10 rounds. He gave Joseph Parker a good fight many years ago. I think he was a distance with Parker, and he might have got it on short notice too. Good counter punch from Chris Bork. Good straight left hand down the pipe. And Chris Bork showing some good patience and some poise. Okay. We see you, Chris. We see you pulling off for the southpaws, Chris. We see you, champ. We see you. There you go, Chris. What I wanted to say was, you want Joe Joyce to impose himself on Takam and ask those questions of him early, because this is a big fight for Joe Joyce, and you don't want there to be any messing about. Joe Joyce, he was just named this weekend. As the mandatory for the winner of Usyk versus Joshua. So he's in a great space. He's in a great position in his career, and you don't want to play any games with Carlos Takam. So I think for him, he's got to really work that jab early so that he can get close to Takam and impose that size on him and really ask some questions of him. For Takam, I really believe for him, it's a steep hill to climb for him, because Joe Joyce is a fighter that has a lot of power, has good boxing fundamentals. He doesn't get tired. So how does a guy with Takam's skills at this stage of his career defeat Joe Joyce? Well, I think as much as possible, he has to try to fight. As stupid as it sounds, he's got to try to fight fire with fire. But he's got to pick his spots. I don't think he should go in there and try to fight Joe Joyce in the early rounds. But you gotta look for those opportunities to counterpunch Joe Joyce. We saw 2 years ago when Brian Jennings fought Joe Joyce. Brian Jennings can't crack a grape. You know, he can't punch his way through a wet paper bag. But he was able to have a lot of success against Joe Joyce because he was able to punch in between the punches of Joe Joyce. He showed a lot of good counter punching ability. So I think, you know, for Carlos Takam, this fight will be won and will be lost with his inability or ability to counterpunch. If he can counterpunch very well and get the attention of Joe Joyce, you know, he has a good chance to win this fight. But that's a big if. And if he can't counterpunch his way if he can't counterpunch Joe Joyce at a high level today, I see it as a slim to none chance of him winning this fight today. But Takam is a good veteran. He's a good experienced veteran, and you can never count a guy like that out. But I got Joe Joyce stopping him in the 6th round. But it's your boy BT, Brennan Taylor, watching this fight on BT Sport. You know, BT, watching BT Sport. You know, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Doesn't Takam use a lot of head movement and feints? He does, and those things will be very key for him today. The head movement and the feints are going to be key for positioning, and the positioning is important because if Joe Joyce, if he overshoots a jab, you know, the feints and the head movement are going to position him to either slip to his right, duck, slip to his left, and counter. So, you know, counter punching. The name of the game for Carlos Takam today is counter punching. Counter punching, breaking his rhythm, and really asking some questions of Joe Joyce. You know what I'm saying? MB Boxing Official, what's good, champ? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Everyone in the comments, drop your predictions down below. You know, let me know who you think's gonna win the fight, and let me know how. Don't just tell me. Let me know how. Do you think it'll be a UD, split decision, knockout? Let me know. And as far as this channel goes, I'm giving you guys a programming reminder. Next week we'll be live again. Next Saturday we'll be live again for the big fight in the welterweight division between Conor Benn and Adrian Granados. You know, it's the biggest test of Conor Benn's career. It's Adrian Granados' last stand. I'm very, very, very excited about that fight. I think a lot of people are being foolish writing off Adrian Granados. I think Adrian Granados has a chance to take Conor Benn to some deep, dark, uncomfortable places he's never been to. And I think he might pull off the upset. So should be a good fight while it lasts. You know, I think Conor Benn's still very raw, and it might be a case of taking a fight too early. But you know, that makes the fight interesting. Can Conor Benn show his quality in this fight? Because Adrian Granados is a fighter that's a lot better than the record indicates. So I'm really excited for that fight. We'll be live for that one as well. Just so you guys know, right now we're heading into the 4th round of our WBC International Super Bantamweight fight between James Beach Jr. and Chris Bork. So that fighter I'm too familiar with. I'm familiarizing myself with him right now, and good fight so far. You know, Chris Bork's landed some good counter punching. James Beach has been very sloppy. We'll see how the two fighters adjust moving forward. MB Boxing says he's got Joe Joyce TKO 8 to 12 round. Okay, good prediction.
James Beach into falling in.
That in a perfect world that would be the case, but you know, there's a lot of egos in boxing, and there's a lot of agendas and business interests. So unfortunately, that's not going to happen. That kind of stuff won't happen until Al Heyman and Bob Arum die, and that might not be for a while.
His great experience. James Beach.
Yes, Jesus. Thank you, man.
He needs to control the ring.
I am here. Just how many rounds? Well, right now, Indian CSC research. You know, we got quite a few fights to go, so I'm gonna be in the whole card. If you're new to the channel, welcome. You know, smash that like button. We got some time to go before the main event. Right now, we're in the 4th round of Chris Bork versus James Beach Jr. And there goes Chris Bork. Chris Bork's cutting the ring off. He's delivering some good straight left hands. Beach is going to the body. I like that from James Beach. You know, go back down there. Plant those feet and go back down there. I mean, Jesus. James Beach is telegraphing the hell out of that left hook. He's throwing his left hook, but his elbow is coming way out here. Before he throws, his elbow is coming way out here, and he's throwing the left hook. Hamza Shiraz, yeah, I've seen Hamza Shiraz fight a couple times. He's not a bad fighter. I'm not really sold on Hamza Shiraz, but a lot of people rate him highly. So I'm gonna see what kind of improvements he's made in this fight. But I'll definitely be watching him with great interest because I've seen him fight a couple times, and I know that BT Sport, Frank Warren, and all parties involved, that's a kid that they're pushing a lot. So yeah, Hamza Shiraz is definitely the one we'll be watching out for.
Engage in his lead hand a little bit more, occupy the space between him and Beach, and then take that lead.
Yeah, it's a great idea. It'd be a great idea if more promoters in boxing work with each other. But you know, these promoters, they all have their own business interests, and they all have their own egos and everything about boxing. Unfortunately, these days, when it comes to the business side of it, and when it comes to the promoters, it all comes down to them jockeying for position, and power. It's the greed and the lust for power and the pride of life, and that's what's ultimately ruining a lot of these negotiations. So look at that what you will. Now, Chris Bork, man, I like the straight left hand he throws, but whenever he goes backwards, he looks like he doesn't know what he's doing when he goes backwards. So if I'm James Beach Jr., or if I was in his corner, I would be telling him to press the action on this dude and make him fight going backwards because he don't look comfortable going backwards.
Of course, but again, their Beach has just been pushed out of position. Chris hasn't had to throw a punch to do it.
There you go, good feint there by Chris Bork. There you go, just touching him with that right hand, using it as a rangefinder.
Really taken off in the manner that some
I mean, it's the 5th round, so I like to see Chris Bork open up a bit more. Touch him, feint, then shoot the left hand. But he's not doing that. He's just touching him and waiting.
Top of the bill tonight. If you're just joining us,
and there's nothing wrong with being a patient fighter, but I think he's being a bit too patient. There you go, good left hand there for Chris Bork in the body.
Good timing on the jab there from Chris.
There you go, Chris.
He's a lot quicker to get back to his base, Chris Bork.
Keeps shape well.
Yep.
There you go. Good feint there from Chris. There you go, Chris Bork looks like he looks like he's loosening up a little bit.
As the feet get caught up, referee Victor Laughlin has to separate them to get the action going once again.
Good timing on the jab there from Chris Bork. He just needs to start building off of those moments.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody here, man. It's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. A very important fight going on today in the heavyweight division. With Joe Joyce and Takam, and we know Joe. We know Joe is coming off the heels of a big win against Daniel Dubois. And you look at his resume now. He's starting to put some. If he wins today, he's starting to put together a really good heavyweight resume, and very quickly. He's already defeated the likes of Brian Jennings, Daniel Dubois, and a win against Takam will really start to make Joe Joyce a heavyweight with a guy as a fighter who has a very much a growing resume. Pops is good, man. I'm gonna see him tomorrow. I haven't seen my dad in like a week. I haven't been at home in like a week, but Pops is good. He's just resting and making sure that he's taking his best health precautions. But hopefully sometime in the next couple of weeks we'll get Pops back on the channel. But I want to make sure that he's in good health before he comes back to the channel. Right now we got James Beach Jr. and Chris Bork. They're fighting for the WBC international title at 122. That's how they got going on right now.
It's actually starting to happen both ways. James Beach keeps the distance is opening up. He's rushing in. Chris is looking to try and time him as he comes in. But we haven't actually seen much change in tactics.
All right, round number 6 of James Beach Jr. versus Chris Bork. It's a 10-rounder. The first fight on the Joe Joyce Carlos Takam card. It's a fight that is kicking off the card. Has Matt Sen been on? I had not. So far, I haven't seen Matt Sen. The card just started. King Tio, what's good, champ? Good to see you. Shout out to Teofimo Lopez, one of South Florida's very own. Davey Powell, stand up. How you doing, champ? I was just reading, speaking of Tio, I was just reading something about Teofimo Lopez where they said that Teofimo Lopez, and apparently if he fights Kambosos and Triller can't put up the money, then he's gonna fight George Kambosos on Top Rank. So the Teofimo Lopez, George Kambosos, the saga continues. Ken S, what's good, champ? Good to see you. Let me know what city, what state, what continent. Where are you guys watching the live from today? I'm in South Florida. I'm in Hollywood, Florida to be exact, which is right near Daniel. I'm in Hollywood, Florida right now. Let me know where you guys are watching in the comments down below, and I'll give you a shout out. Did I watch the bare knuckle last night? No, I didn't watch it last night. Last night I watched the Showbox card. I was watching the Showbox card with Isaiah Steen and Calvin Henderson. It was a good card, good show. You had there was one fight on the card that was really good. They had 2 undefeated welterweight prospects on there. They had they had 1 undefeated welterweight prospect, and they had a guy with 1 loss. They had Janelson Figueroa, who a lot of people are high on, 22-year-old welterweight prospect, ranked number 15 by the WBO. He took on a fighter I never heard of last night, named Shiraz Bunch from Brooklyn, New York. Never heard of this kid. Never heard of him. Apparently, he had a loss in his record. His only loss was to Paul Crow. And this kid Shiraz Bunch, man, he boxed a beautiful fight. Good stiff jab. Short, compact, straight right hands. He boxed a really good fight, but they robbed him. Most people thought he should have won that fight. I scored at 97-93 for Shiraz Bunch, but they gave the fight a draw, and they preserved the record of Figueroa, and they took away that kid's big win. That win. If Shiraz Bunch would have got that win, he's looking at potentially going from a guy who's 13-0 to being ranked, and they took it from him. So you can't even watch Showbox these days without seeing robberies. But with boxing, I've learned with boxing and boxing judging, I kind of treat boxing judging like a toxic wife. I treat it like a toxic wife. I know she has problems, and I know she has her faults. But if I want any sanity and clarity, I gotta accept her for how she is, and that's how I treat the boxing judging. It is what it is. I wish it would change, but it is what it is. I can't get upset. But it's unfortunate for that kid because he came into that fight unknown and boxed a hell of a fight. And I'm gonna do a video on that fight later on, and I'm gonna do a prospect review video on Shiraz Bunch because that kid deserves to be talked about. That kid deserves to some exposure here on this channel, and we're gonna do that for him. He was cool. I mean, Figueroa's all right. He has good stamina, but a good slick athletic boxer will always give him problems, and we saw it last time with Shiraz Bunch. Margate, Florida, South Florida, stand up. Big shouts out to you, Margate. I'm in Hollywood right now. Shout out to the whole of South Florida, whether you're in Margate, Hollywood, Dania, or Homestead, wherever you at. Shout out to South Florida. We got quite a few fights in the main event. We got this fight, which is in the 7th round, and it's a 10-rounder. I'll tell you right now, we got this fight with Bork and James Beach Jr. We got Hamza Shiraz. We got Chris Jenkins and Ekal Usman for the British welterweight title, and then it's the main event. So we got like three or 4 or 5 fights, something like that. Charles Frank might be on the card. We got a number of fights, so I'm gonna be here not just for a good time, but I'll be here for a long time. So we got time to talk. Don't be stingy if you're here. Make sure you smash that like button.
Just be careful falling in with that back foot.
Who would you watch? Who would you match Boca Chica next with to raise his resume? It's a good question. Honestly, I think he needs to show that he can actually beat Shiraz Bunch because, Shiraz Bunch had a very padded record. The only guy he really fought before last night was Paul Crow, who's a very good welterweight prospect. Paul Crow beat Shiraz Bunch when Paul Crow had his 5th professional fight. So I feel like he's got unfinished business with Shiraz Bunch. I thought he lost. I thought he got his fucking ears boxed off. But aside from Shiraz Bunch, I mean, let me see. Let's go look at the rankings because he's ranked. He's a ranked fighter. He's ranked number 15 in the WBO. So let's see. Figueroa. Let's see.
But in so doing, putting the pressure on, of course, it gives the opportunity to Bork. So maybe now in the 7th round, the fight at last.
Yeah, right now we're in the 7th round of our first fight. All right, so I mean, look, you got some good names. You got some good names at 115. You could at 147, you can match Figueroa with Boca Chica. You got Brian Sabayo. I don't think they'd want that fight because Sabayo is a really good fighter. Really good fighter. I don't think that'd be a good fight for him right now. Javier Molina, yeah, that to me that'd be the perfect fight. Him, Abdul Kakarov. I want to see him against Abdul Kakarov. Abdul Kakarov isn't getting no big fights. He's been Earl Spencer's mandatory for like 2 years. Nobody ever puts pressure on Earl Spencer to fight Abdul Kakarov. But let me see Figueroa against Abdul Kakarov. I think that'd be a good fight. What do you guys think? Deloach, yep, Deloach. That's another good fight, Deloach. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. Rigondeaux is extremely chinny. Casimiro punches very hard, but at the same time, if Rigondeaux hits you with the left hand, he can get you out of there. To me, this fight's a pick'em. It's a pick'em fight. I'm gonna lean slightly towards Rigondeaux, only because I think he has better footwork. So I think he'll be able to control the fight just enough to beat Casimiro. But if he exchanges with Casimiro, it's very dangerous. But it's a damn good fight. August 14th gonna have a lot of good boxing on. You got that fight. You got Virgil Ortiz versus Kavaluskas. August 14th is a big day for boxing. I think Lopez might be fighting Cambosos that day. So a lot of boxing on that day.
Straight back to the center of the ring from Beach. Just needs to not get pushed out too easily. Chris Bork needs to give a few.
Round number 8 of Chris Beach versus or James Beach versus Christopher Bork. I think Bork has done a good job of controlling the range of this fight so far. I think he's just winning most of these rounds, but I don't think he's really separated himself a lot. And if these guys look, whether it's Bork or whether it's Beach, if these guys got any ambitions to fight the top guys at 122, like Fulton or Angelo Leo or guys like that, they gotta improve a lot because those guys will rip these guys new asshole straight up. But I think Bork has potential. Bork has potential because Bork has good ring awareness. He knows how to use the ring, so I'll give Bork some credit. But James Beach is this. August 7th has an interesting welterweight fight. Who's fighting? Cody Crowley versus Gabriel Mastier for the interim WBA title. I'm vaguely familiar with Gabriel. I know who Cody Crowley is because he's got 19 fights, and I know Cody Crowley. They were talking him up when before Broner fought that one guy that he almost lost to, whose name I can't remember right now. They were talking up Cody Crowley as a guy that was an opponent, and I looked him up, and he's a solid guy. That should be a good fight.
You can probe, you can feint, you can jab.
Waiting, hoping that Bork's going to commit himself, waiting for the chance of a counter.
Yeah, one mistake that I see Bork constantly making is like as this fight's gone on, he seems to be abandoning the jab a lot more, waiting more than abandoning the jab. And you don't really see him jabbing his way inside as much. So, you know, that's probably because of fatigue. And, you know, as a fighter, you got to be able to fight as well. As a world-class fighter, you got to be able to fight as well in the 8th round, in the 9th round, in the 10th round, as you do in the second round, in the first round.
You know, I think Chris Bork's come into this fight knowing that James Beach will rush in. And has been looking for that.
Rashawn Matthew versus Bork. That's a good fight. I'm not sure yet. I would anticipate you probably got another 2 hours or so before Joe Joyce fights. Oh, here you go. Good footwork there by Chris Bork. There goes Chris Bork using that jab to probe, and he's cutting that ring off. Good left hand from Bork. There you go. Chris Bork's out there throwing them grown man punches now. And he's got James Beach in trouble, and luckily for Beach, he's been saved by the bell. So there you go. I think right there that was Chris Bork's best moment of the fight so far. They should make a WBC heavyweight Grand Prix contender belt instead of the Bridgerweight division. Does that make sense? Yeah. Speaking of the Bridgerweight division, Brian Jennings, I forgot the date, but Brian Jennings just announced that the Bridgerweight division is going to have their first title fight coming up soon. So it'll be Brian Jennings versus Oscar Rivas, the rematch. The first ever Bridgerweight title fight. You know? Shout out to you know, number 15 Bridgerweight contender, my good friend of the channel, Isaac Chamberlain. God bless Isaac. You know, I'm looking forward to him making some waves at Bridgerweight.
It goes without saying, James Beach needs big rounds now if he's going to turn this one around. And did you get that last one?
Another round for Bork, but in moments, Beach was doing well. The closing of round one, that round for Bork, in my opinion.
So it's by a big margin.
Yeah, I think Jennings said it's supposed to happen in September or October. I can't remember the date, but he posted it on his Instagram and I saw it.
Look, when you're a puncher, Chris Bork can punch. When you're a puncher,
yeah, man, it's your boy BT Brandon Taylor won the 9th round of Chris Bork versus James Beach Jr. as they're squaring off for the WBC international title. You know, these guys both have the traditional British style where it's mostly punches down the middle. It's a very patient style. Not a whole lot of body shots. You know, I think Chris Bork's been fighting the better fight, and he's been controlling the range of the most of this fight. Make sure you smash that like button. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe for more world-class boxing content. And if you really enjoy what we're doing here on the channel, super chat to support the channel. That would be very much appreciated. But yeah, man, good hook there from Chris Bork.
Frustrating night for James Beach.
Where's everybody from? Where is everybody from in the chat? Where you guys from? Where you guys watching from? I'm trying to see how international we are. I know surely we got to have a lot of the UK in the house. I know the UK is always well represented in these lives, whether it's a UK fight or not. There you go. Good left hand there by Bork. Ooh. There you go. James Beach Jr. finally countered with the right hand. It's about time. Shout out to my guy, Michael. Poland, stand up. Shout out to all my Polskas out there in the world.
Each attack, each punch, all at the same speed. Forward back centre of the ring well there, Chris Bork.
It's been something that you've praised him for on more than one occasion.
49 seconds left here, round 9 of our first fight on today's BT Sport card. We got quite a few fights to go for Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam. So if you got anything you want to talk about in regards to that fight, boxing in general, you know, I'll be here. Is that El Jefe? Is that El Jefe from Oak Cliff? Shout out to El Jefe. I'm watching it on Crack Streams. So Crack Streams. And you know what? F it. I'm in such a good mood right now. Just to be here, I'm in a good mood. Let me see if there's a way I could drop the link. I'll be a good person today.
Clock ticking down. There's only around about 10 seconds in the round remaining, if that.
Shout out to my guy SP out there in the UK. Yeah, good to see you, champ. Yo, I see we only got 18 likes. We only got 18 likes right now, man. Hey, y'all gotta run them likes up. Stop being stingy.
There was one point there when it really looked as though it started to get to him. There was an impression that Beach was.
Thanks, BT. I'm the real boss. I'm your promoter. Wait, is this El Jefe from Oak Cliff or is this El Jefe or is this Felipe? Because now I'm confused. Shout out to you, man. He said I'm the real boss. I'm your promoter. Well, hey, you could be. I'm the mayor of Oak Cliff. I run Oak Cliff. Yeah, man. I'm not really too excited for that Bridgeweight division either, but it is what it is. You know, I'm trying to get to 100 likes before the main event. So we're at 22. If you haven't done so yet, it costs you nothing. Just smash that like button, run it up, so that the YouTube algorithms know that people want that. So the YouTube algorithm get this video out to more people. We enter the 10th and final round of our first fight between Chris Bork and James Beach. I haven't scored it, but I think Chris Bork's won this fight. He's winning this fight right now. You know, he's been the ring general. He's controlled the range. He's landed the cleaner, more effective shots. It's a no-brainer.
There you go, Chris Bork just a moment ago. He was almost trying to wave James Beach on wanting him to go.
London. Shout out to London. Shout out to the whole London. North London, South London, East London, Brixton, Streatham, the whole London. Virgil Hill, good fighter, man. Virgil Hill, you know, the only fight I hit, I've only watched the Roy Jones fight, and I watched like 2 other fights that I can't remember right now. But you know, solid fighter, put on from North Dakota. You know, a good guy, a good contender in the '90s, solid champion. I got respect for Virgil Hill.
We said earlier on that this could be a great measuring stick.
The winner of Takam versus Parker faces versus Takam Joyce faces who next? Probably maybe Hrgovic or Parker, someone like that.
But I don't think he's performed at his absolute best. I know there's a little bit more, quite a bit more left in the tank of Chris Bork.
BT, my friend said he's still waiting for the zone to announce Caleb versus Canelo. I'm waiting for it too, man. I'm waiting just like you. I'm waiting with lots of anticipation. We want to see that fight. We want to see, you know, Canelo get his shot to become undisputed. We want to see Caleb Plant get his shot to become undisputed. You know, 33 seconds left here in round 10 between James Beach and Chris Bork. Chris Bork doing a good job getting on that front foot, making James Beach be on the defensive most of this fight.
Waiting for Beach to commit himself.
If Bork would just commit to some more shots and sit down on him, I think Bork could be a pretty good fighter, actually. Because Bork, I like the way he pivots. Bork will throw a jab or pivot. He's got good control of range and distance. Good understanding of distance and timing. And there you go. There you go. The bell has sounded. The fight has went the full 10 rounds, and I fully anticipate that Chris Bork will get a decision. You know, but it's the untouchable True School Sports Empire. Your boy BT, Brendan Taylor, reported to you live and direct from sunny South Florida, Hollywood, Florida to be exact. You know, make sure you smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel for more world-class boxing content. And yeah, man, we got a first-time viewer. Shout out to my boy Trick. He said it's his first time here. Good afternoon. Shout out to you, Trick. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well.
Hard to say, but he was outboxed.
He was, yeah. There wasn't much changing tactics again.
Yeah, it's funny. You're right. And I would fully anticipate with Canelo fighting on PBC and with DAZN's lack of marquee fights, DAZN's probably losing a lot of subscribers right now. There's no way that DAZN isn't losing a lot of subscribers right now.
You have your own opinions at home, but well, it was hard to give
even with the resurrection of the heavyweight division, why is it that the little guys are winning in boxing, and will they have a super middleweight of fighters ever? I'm a bit confused with your question, but the little guys in boxing are winning because they're giving the fans value for money. They're giving fans the fight that they want to see, and that's the name of the game. The name of the game is to satisfy the customers and give the fans, whether they be hardcore fans or casual fans, give them value for money. I've heard Caleb Plant versus Canelo will be on Fox pay-per-view, with Canelo getting a $40 million guarantee and Plant getting $10 million. I also heard it might cost us $99. Well, if it does cost that much money, it makes sense because you can't pay, Caleb Plant $10 million and Canelo $40 million and pay them peanuts. So, the numbers line up. But here comes the decision. Let's see who wins the fight.
Judge Ian John Lewis scores it 99-92. Judge Padrag Alexic scores it 100-90. And Judge Kieran McCann scores it 99-91. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still.
And there you have it. Chris Bork wins, and he retains his WBC international title. So, good win for him. I'm not going to sit here and say that I think he beats the best guys at 122, but, a solid guy. A guy that if he keeps improving, will be in the mix for some big fights, not just domestically in England, but at the world level. JoJo versus Ryan will be announced soon. Yeah, that fight makes a lot of sense. JoJo just beat Fortuna, the guy that Ryan ducked and was supposed to fight. So, it makes a lot of sense. It's an in-house fight. He's kind of off a win against Fortuna. I don't see any reason why that wouldn't be Ryan's next fight. Oh, snap! They got Josh Taylor doing commentary. Shout out to Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor, one of the best fighters in boxing, one of boxing's most complete fighters. One of the baddest fighters there is out there. Period. Point blank. Period. And I've said it once. I'll say it again. I'm taking Josh Taylor against everybody at 140, 147 except Terrence Crawford. Damn good fighter. One of the all-time greats of Scottish boxing already. Just an absolute living legend. I'm looking very forward to seeing the next step in his career. Trick says that he interviews fighters from the past and gives them a voice on YouTube. Hey, much respect to you, man. I don't know how familiar you are with my content, but I've interviewed quite a lot of fighters from the past myself. So it's very important that we give fighters of yesteryear the just due and the just respect for the blood, sweat, and tears that they shed in the ring for the sport. Absolutely, because without them, there would be no boxing today. BT, who is the best light heavyweight champion of this era? Of the current light heavyweight champions, I would say right now, of the current guys, Bivol. I like Bivol better than everybody. Das Perez says, big ups to the untouchable. What Joyce lacks in speed, he makes up with his robust style. He takes a lot of hits, but he keeps coming unaffected. Yeah, he's got a granite chin, a piston-like jab, got great size for the weight class, and he's got Evander Holyfield. I remember one time I did an interview with Evander Holyfield, and Evander Holyfield was talking about the difference between Mike Tyson's power and George Foreman's power, and he said that when he got hit by Mike Tyson, he would get hit by rocks. He said Mike threw rocks and George Foreman throws boulders, and I think with Joe Joyce, you can kind of classify it as the same type of thing. A lot of these guys throw rocks, but Joe Joyce is throwing boulders. It's not fast, it's not quick, but if it touches you, you feel it. Tio versus Taylor at 140. That would be an excellent fight. That's the only fight I'm gonna pick against Tio, but I think Josh Taylor would win that fight too. but I want to see it. I want to see it. I searched on the WBO rankings, and Carlos Takam isn't even in the top 15. How does fighting someone who isn't in the top 15 make you the mandatory for that governing body? I agree. I mean, he should. He shouldn't. I mean, boxing, when it comes to sanctioning bodies, there's no rhyme or reason. I think the reason they probably made it mandatory was because, if you remember, Joe Joyce was going to fight. There was a period of time where Joe Joyce was going to fight Alexander Usyk for the mandatory spot, and now that Usyk is fighting Joshua, I guess they gave it to him by default. What network is showing the fight for Joe Joyce in America? None. If you want to watch the fight, you got to watch the fight on Crack Streams. I'll drop the link for you, Michael. The link is right there. Make sure y'all smash that like button. I see we got 45 people here. You know, don't be stingy. It costs you 2 seconds of your time and a click. You know, I'm trying to run it up all the way to 100. So smash that like button. I think right now the next fight on the card is heavyweight prospect David Adeleye. So David Adeleye, 6-0 heavyweight prospect, a guy that's strong, sturdy, been in the Tyson Fury camp. He's fighting next. So that's who's fighting next. Turn that volume down for a bit. Let me turn that volume down. Right, turn that volume down. Hyro, let's go, Hyro. He says, "Stop, BT. We know who the best champion in light heavyweight division is. We know he's a man of God, a man of America. P.S. Josh Taylor is too good. He got to fight at 160. Yeah, man. Hyro is much like myself. You know, I've been on the Josh Taylor hype train long before there ever was a Josh Taylor hype train. You know, I've been on the Josh Taylor hype train since I saw him fight O'Hara Davies, and I haven't got off since. And Hyro, you know, Hyro's hopped on the train with me, and Hyro's taking it a step further. He thinks Josh Taylor is so good that there's nobody at 40 or 47 beating him. He thinks Josh Taylor's gonna have to move up in weight a lot to lose. So hey, I'm not sure I would agree with him, but you know, I think Josh Taylor will be a lot of these guys out here, and I'm looking forward, hopefully, to seeing him fight soon. Who is the next boxing star to come out of Tokyo, period? Well, I don't know if this fighter's from Tokyo, but I would say that the fighter that I think will be the next fighter from Japan is a fighter that I just did a video about him. You can go check it out on the channel. I just did a prospect review video about him. There's a fighter that I just saw fight on the top rank card, the Lomachenko Nakatani undercard, a southpaw, an aggressive southpaw fighter named Subaru Murata. I think this guy has world champion written all over him, and I haven't felt this way. I haven't felt this good about seeing an unknown fighter fight on an undercard since years back when I first saw Josh Taylor, and you saw what happened to Josh Taylor. So I think Subaru Murata will be a world champion. You know, it's written in the stars. Shout out to my guy Craig Watts out there in the UK. He says, "Respect to you, man. I'm new to the channel." And welcome, Craig. Welcome to the channel. You know, welcome to the Untouchable True School Sports Empire. You an untouchable yourself. You know, we're here for the Joe Joyce card. You know, I do these live fight reactions pretty frequently every Saturday. So I'll be here again next weekend for next weekend's big fight against Conor Benn. Conor Benn and Adrian Granado. So that should be a good one as well. I think the person who is the next star will come out of the Olympics, probably. But I'm right now of the guys that are already pro, I'm gonna say Subaru Murata and Kento Hatanaka. Them two guys, Subaru Murata and Kento Hatanaka. I've already done videos about both these guys on my channel, so some good fighters. Trick says Josh Taylor is the second coming of Joe Calzaghe, in my opinion. You know, I said it a long time ago. Josh Taylor is Joe Calzaghe with more punching power in both hands. He's literally Joe Calzaghe with tighter punches and punching power in both hands. It's going to be a very hard guy to beat. Whoever beats Josh Taylor should go to the Hall of Fame. Josh Taylor gets his eyes closed up pretty easily. I don't know why, but I notice he lumps up around his eyes very often. Crawford will have him half blind by round 6. We'll see, man. We'll see. You know, Josh Taylor is an extremely rangy fighter. It took Terence Crawford quite a long time to figure out Victor Postol when they fought. You know, he wasn't just coming in and landing hard shots the whole fight. And unlike Victor Postol, if Terence Crawford commits to any offense, Josh Taylor will shoot straight left hands right down the pipe. He's got really sharp punches. I don't think Crawford will have ever fought a fighter who throws punches as sharp as Josh Taylor. So people would keep writing off Josh Taylor. They say he has no chance against Terence Crawford, which I find ridiculous. You know, I favor Terence. I think it's a 55-45 fight in favor of Terence Crawford, but Josh Taylor can beat Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford isn't safe from Josh Taylor. Keyshawn Davis is winning the gold for sure. Yes, shout out to Keyshawn Davis and Troy Isley and all of Team USA. We're definitely supporting you guys. They're interviewing Joe Joyce right now, so let's see what Joe Joyce is saying on BT Sport. Smash that like button.
Checked myself into the changing room and I'm just starting to get a feel of it. Had a look at the ring while we boxed in.
And nice to hear that noise, Joe. That's people. That's 2,000 or 3,000 people back. You must love that.
Yeah, it's great to have the fans back, the crowd. It's more exciting. There's a lot, and the adrenaline gets going. That's what really makes you feel alive.
Now, I don't usually ask you this, Joe, but I'm going to tonight. Give me a prediction, Joe. I've never asked you before. Give me a prediction.
Joe Joyce win by knockout.
It's the Joe Joyce win.
Well, it's going to be a win. I don't know what round it is. That puts pressure on me. Okay, let's say round 6, for argument's sake.
Why not? 6 and a
Woo!
Yeah, 6 and a
Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce got the same prediction as me. Joe Joyce has the same prediction as me. BT said round 6 before Joe Joyce said it. Joe Joyce said it himself. So 6-round TKO for Joe Joyce over Takam. What do you guys think? Over or under 6 rounds? Let me know in the comments. Over or under 6 rounds for Joe Joyce versus Takam. The knockout. Shout out to Hyro. Hyro says Josh Taylor ain't Joe Kazagi. He's the first Josh Taylor, the real champ. That's right, Josh Taylor, the truth. Scotland's very own. One of my favorite fighters. Right now, we move on to our next fight. We got heavyweight prospect David Adeleye, 6-0. You know, let's see what improvements he's made. He's fighting a guy. Let's see. He's fighting a guy named Malden Manaft, who's 3-9. Let's see, Malden Manaft. Malden Manaft, who's fighting David Adeleye, is 3-9 from Bulgaria. He's been knocked out twice. He already got knocked out by Damian Chambers. He got knocked out by who else he got knocked out by? Some guy named Alex Dickinson. And he already lost a point decision to heavyweight prospect Solomon Dakares, who he lost to on Solomon's debut. Oh my God. This is a cherry pick and a half. This is a cherry pick and a half. He's fighting a guy in his 7th fight who Solomon Dakares already beat in his pro debut. Oh my God. They're really moving David Adeleye carefully. Tyson Fury is gonna run Deontay Wilder over like a Mack truck. I got Tyson Fury beating him pretty soundly again. David Adeleye, Ladbroke Grove, stand up. Josh Taylor's success depends on his management and avoiding the BS politics of boxing. Is being a dangerous, hot up-and-coming fighter a bad thing for Josh Taylor? Yes. It's a bad thing because, like, that Gervonta Davis fight is never going to happen. The only mega fights I can really see for him right now are either T.O. or Crawford. Those are the only realistic fights.
Awful lot of people thought that Adeleye was distinctly fortunate to get the verdict in his last fight against Kamil Sokolovsky, and I think a rematch between those two is almost inevitable at some point as Adeleye.
We'll see, man. I think the Bob father has some tricks up his sleeve. He always does. He'll get Josh Taylor some opponents. Anyway, round 1, David Adeleye, the heavyweight prospect, his 7th professional heavyweight fight. He's taking on Bulgarian journeyman.
You know, he's no walkover.
Malden Manaft.
He's beat some up and coming.
3 and 9, been stopped twice already.
He's someone who demands respect.
It's a 6th rounder. You know, we're looking for some improvements from David Adeleye. You know, this is a guy that spent a lot of time doing rounds with Tyson Fury, Daniel Dubois.
Well, I think by common consent, Adeleye wasn't using his jab with enough authority against Sokolovsky, instead looking for single pot shots.
There you go. Good body shot there by David Adeleye.
With one of those to find the knockout.
Good body shot by Manaft. Another body shot from David Adeleye, and that one got Manaft's attention. He grimaced a little bit there.
Throwing it with any real authority. Are we going to see more of that tonight?
That's what we'll be looking at. I mean, sometimes you can say that he's pouring it, but as long as he's changing the pace of it as well, there's nothing wrong with that. You can lull the opponent into a full sense of security.
David Adeleye right now being very patient in his approach, just touching him, trying to find his range. 1 minute and 39 seconds left here in round number 1. There you go. David Adeleye digs a right hand around the stomach of Manaft.
Typical of what we've seen in his previous fights this evening.
Adeleye just shoves him off with his forearms. There you go. Good body shot to the body by Adeleye. You know, this is a guy that the British boxing establishment is gassing up as one to look out for the future. You know, for me, look, David Adeleye, the jury stood out on him, and on top of that, the fact that he's fighting a guy in his 7th fight who Solomon Dakare is another British prospect who just turned pro. He fought this guy in his pro debut. Adelaide's fighting him in a 7th fight, so they're really matching him carefully. You know, so the jury's still out on me for him.
Seen perhaps a little bit of justification for what he said in that last contest, that he believes Adeleye isn't ready for him, not by a distance.
I'd like to see Adeleye in a fight between that. You know,
let's get some fireworks going. Come on, champ. Come on, Manaft. Come on, Adeleye, do something. A lot of posturing going on.
Someone that's durable, but they're still going to show you glimpses of moments.
23 seconds left here, round number 1.
Levels above what you are at this current moment.
There you go. Good right hand for Adeleye.
Would you like to see him in against Sokolovsky again?
Oh my God, that's an ugly ass right hand by Adeleye. Jesus.
He feels he needs to do something. He feels he wants to do. It definitely would show something about his character to take that fight again. But again, it's all part of development. Needs to take it at the right time.
All right.
Last few seconds of the opening round.
All right, so that's the conclusion of round 1. Yeah, I'm watching it on Crack Stream, so that's normally what happens. BT, Rolly quit boxing and Ellie made a video. Yeah, I don't think he was being serious, Rolly. Rolly messes around a lot on Instagram. He said, "Come on, Manaft." Yeah, he should, but I mean, like I said, I don't really believe in David Adeleye like that. The you know, the jury's still out on me for him. I'm not really too sold on him as of yet.
As a corner myself, how impressed were you?
Yeah, he showed some good signs there. Like you said, he was changing the tempo of his jab. I just think sometimes he was putting it out there slowly, putting something solid behind it. At times he was just leaving it out there slowly for a little bit too long.
BT, shout out to Tim Bradley. I respect him now. I thought he didn't like PBC fighters, but he does. He's picking Errol Spence. To beat Crawford or Pacquiao?
That can cause trouble.
So into the second round.
All right, so we had round 2. David Adeleye looking to make a statement here against Bulgarian journeyman Manaft. There you go. Good body shot there by Adeleye. The one thing he's doing good so far is he'll throw a little touch jab. So he'll throw a touch jab and he's just going right around, digging right around to the stomach. So he'll go straight and then dig right around to the stomach. And you can see Manaft's got a lot of blood gushing from the middle of his forehead.
The European Championships back in 21. When he was 21, rather, back in 2010.
That was a brilliantly timed counter shot. Should have been something solid behind that, building on it. A solid jab.
Okay, David Adeleye, I don't know what he's doing right now, but he's touching him, darting out, touching him, darting out. What is he doing? He's setting something up. Put some punches together, man. Put some punches together. Open up.
You said that, John, not me.
There you go. Good right-handed by Adeleye. It's a pretty uneventful fight for those of you wondering. Paul Greaves, shout out to him. He says, I'm from Liverpool. What time is Joe Joyce versus Takam, mate? Well, shout out to you, Liverpool. Shout out to my favorite football club in Liverpool, Everton, unfortunately. Everton FC, the pride and joy of Merseyside, my favorite team. Well, we got David Adeleye fighting right now, so let me see. On the card, we got... I would say we got about 2 more fights left, at least 2 more fights, 2 to 3 more fights left. So you got some time. I know over there right now you're 5 hours ahead of me in the east, so it's like 8. I got about 8:30, something like that right now, 8:30 p.m. I'm thinking 10, 11 your time. The fight should happen.
Watch the elite fighters; they feel that gap. There is not that break. They take that away from the opponent. It doesn't have to be a barrage of punches.
All right. Jesus, man.
Just like to see
come on, Adeleye. This dude's bro. The guy Manaft he's fighting in a high guard the whole time. Right? He's fighting in a high guard the whole time. So traditionally speaking, if a fighter goes into a high guard even for a brief amount of time, let alone as much as this guy's going into a high guard, all you gotta do, you could either A, dig to the body, which is there for Adeleye, either B, touch one glove, come across the other. You know, touch downstairs, come upstairs. There's so many things he could do. And Adeleye is just throwing single shots. Pissing me off. Adeleye, take him out to the trash already. You're right, though. They're being careful with his career as far as opponents go. Of course. I mean, the fact... I got to stand up. I'm sitting backwards. The fact that, you know, David Adeleye is in his 7th professional fight. You know, this is a guy in Adeleye who... He's in a 7th professional fight. He's been in camps with Tyson Fury, Daniel Dubois, done countless rounds with them, and he's fighting a guy who just lost. He just lost to Solomon Dakaris, the Birmingham heavyweight who just turned pro, who's trained by Max the Kraken. That tells you everything you need to know.
Along the eyebrow above that left eye.
BT, you shouldn't be mad that Spence is fighting for the ring. Look at it this way. Terrence beats him and he takes his 0 and his belts. Yeah, well, Spence has to be Pacquiao first, and I'm not sure that's going to happen yet.
His critics from that last fight would have liked to have seen in evidence tonight. Is that fair, Ben?
What are your thoughts on Brandon Glanton wanting the top guys, especially Lawrence Apoli? You talking about Bullet? Brandon Glanton from Atlanta, Georgia, good fighter. You know, good fighter. You know, someone that I definitely got to make a video about soon. You know, strong guy, strong, sturdy, powerful. Getting better on a fight-by-fight basis. I think he's like 14-0 right now. I'm looking forward to seeing how Bullet develops. BT, if it wasn't for Charlo, if it wasn't for Texas, Charlo would be the 4th person to pass those belts. Those belts are cursed. I agree. For those of you who are interested in watching the fight, make sure y'all smash that like button. I see we're at 45 likes. There's 61 of you here. I'm trying to run it up to 100, so don't be stingy. Smash that like button. There's the link. Round number 3 of David Adeleye versus Manaft. David Adeleye is posturing. Doesn't have control of range or distance yet. They're being really careful with his career, and I don't blame them. He's still very raw, and he looks like he's still figuring himself out in the ring.
Is he going to be able to find one?
Consecutive big singles. He can change that up, make 2 shots sound like 1.
Do you think Brian Castagna was robbed? I had a man pick Castagna. Yeah, I thought Castagna won the fight. I had it 8-4. I had it 116, 112.
Forcing Adeleye back onto the ropes.
Spence could beat Pac-Man. He could. He could. But I'm gonna go Pacquiao. I've been saying it for 2 years. I think Spence's style is perfect for Pacquiao. So I'm gonna stick with my prediction.
I've heard about the lack of
BT, one day you're gonna get the cape from the yellow Jeep. Yeah, man. I would love to get the cape from the yellow Jeep, but she's tripping, man. Sinisa Estrada's been tripping, but you know, it's all love for Sinisa Estrada. You know, congrats to her on winning her second world title in the second division. You know, and when okay, Adeleye, it's about time. There you go, uppercuts. Good body shot from Adeleye. Oh my God, Manaft swinging for the fences. The Bulgarian is swinging for the fences. Yeah, but when Sinisa stops tripping, we'll get the yellow cape. Quire versus Pacquiao. I got Terrence Crawford in that fight. Spence kills Pac-Man. No, he might beat him, but he ain't gonna kill him. I promise you that. Harold says Manny's age is tailor-made for Spence. We're gonna see. The fight will come on when it comes on. There's a couple of more fights left. There's like 2 or 3 fights left. Lomachenko Lopez too. I got Teofimo. I'm gonna stick with my prediction in the first fight. Teofimo beats Lomachenko, but this time he stops him. Shout out to everybody here, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. You know, for more world-class boxing content. Right now we're watching David Adeleye. You know, 6-0 prospect. In the going 4 rounds with a Bulgarian journeyman that he should have been put away already. To be fair to Adeleye, though, Solomon Dakares, who I've been mentioning a lot, you know, he made his pro debut against this guy, and he went the distance in a 4-rounder. So, you know, but Adeley's had 6 fights. He's been in top training camps. You know, he should have been put the Zoot away already.
Evidence in his last fight. Clearly that isn't going to happen every time. We're into the second half of this one.
Eddie Kess says, "You know your boxing." Thank you, champ. I tried to. Oh, he's hurt. The Bulgarian is hurt. Adeleye has him hurt. And he's smothering Adeleye. He's tying him up and headbutting him. Oh my God. He's gone into survival mode. Adeleye going for the kill. Left hook from Adeleye. Oh my God. Get him. Get him. Yeah. Come on, man. 1 minute and 42 seconds left here in round 4 for Adeleye. Oh my God. A massive uppercut sits the Bulgarian down. So we have our first knockdown here in round number 4. Manaft has up to his feet. He's up with 1 minute and 22 seconds left. He's shouting at him. Adeleye, right hand, hook, left hook, right hand. Manaft still in there firing punches. He's still in there firing punches. Manaft can barely stand. Body shot from Adeleye. And he's on the canvas again. And there it is. There it is. The referee waves it off. And it's a 4th round stoppage for David Adeleye. He moves to 7-0 with another stoppage on his resume. So a good patient performance from David Adeleye. I think he still should have put him away earlier, but you know he still got him out of there in the 4th round. Solomon Dakares got him out, went the full 4. So you know, a decent performance. They've been talking about David Adeleye fighting Nathan Gorman, who many of us know from fighting Joe Dubois and Joe Joyce, I believe, as well. You know, I think Gorman would beat the brakes off David Adeleye. He's not ready for Gorman.
You know, that's all you can ask for. He was trying to make improvements and working on things in there. I think he was certain that he could see
I think Nathan Gorman might mess around and beat David Adeleye. He's too stiff.
Their set of skills in the toolbox. It's just knowing when to use certain tools, and that's all part of development.
Well, let's take a look again. There's an uppercut. Well, that was where he was struggling, I think. from that. Whether his vision was affected, I'm really not sure. But I think that
make sure y'all smash that like button. I see we're at 52 likes. There's 67 of you here. You know, run it up. Run it all the way up to 100. Run that shit all the way up. Cost you guys nothing.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Tremendous uppercuts.
Better with the finish there, David Adeleye. Touch, then sunk a shot. When everything's a consistent, heavy shot, it's easy for the opponent to break.
Oh, man, yeah, he's talking about water. Who you got in the main event? I got Joe Joyce knocking out Takam in the 6th round.
You need to be able to vary that up. It's a lot harder for the opponent to defend it when they don't know the weight or speed of the shot they're anticipating.
Come on, let's be honest here.
I want Takam to win so we can make fun of Luis Ortiz's resume even more. Takam, Luis Ortiz, if he can win today.
No, and that's why I'm saying I'd like to see David Adeleye in with someone that's probably been a few levels above him, but his past.
Why y'all hating on my man Luis Ortiz? What did Luis Ortiz ever do to you guys? The guy is giving a lot to boxing. He gave Deontay Wilder a great fight. You know, I also hear that he was I also hear that he gave Joe Louis some great work in sparring 80 years ago. Stop hating on Luis Ortiz.
Along his way in the improvements.
Well, we can get confirmation of the result now. Thomas Schreiber has
BT, whatever happened to the American heavyweights? The American heavyweights went to go play in the NFL in basketball. So now we're stuck with Charles Martin and Trevor Bryan. You know, shout out to those guys, but those guys haven't proven worthy enough to beat the top guys yet. So we'll see. We'll see who rises from the American welterweight scene, or heavyweight scene, I should say. And we got Jared Anderson coming in the picture. You got Najee Lopez, who's going to turn pro at cruiserweight. He could be one in the future, but there's just not. It's a bleak looking picture for the American heavyweights.
That's got to be the theme of the inquest, John. But at least the smile was back there. It was a picture of sorrows after his last performance.
Let me know where you guys are from. You know, what city, what state, what continent are you guys watching from? Let me know in the comment section. Michael Coffey. Yeah, everybody keeps talking about Michael Coffey. Yeah, the NFL and the NBA, all the guys that'll be great fighters in boxing and the heavyweight division are all playing shooting guard, and they're all playing power forward. You know, it is what it is. You know, the fact that there's been less investment into the American amateur scene over the last 30 years has also played a role. Shout out to my guy Adrian out there in London, UK. Very, very, very well represented. Adrian also says that Anderson is slick and he has pop. He has a lot of pop, and he's also very defensively sound. You know, he knows how to block punches with his arms and slip and move, and you know, just a very, very good-looking fighter. The biggest boss says, "Shout out to you from London, England."
So yeah, I mean, he's still
yes. Is Trevor Bryan still around? Trevor Bryan has fought more recently than Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Trevor Bryan fought in January against Stavern and knocked him out in the 10th round.
It's a theme we often do emphasize.
I don't know what's going to happen next, Trevor Bryan. Maybe Trevor Bryan fights Char next, or I don't know what's going to happen with him. I haven't heard anything about him. Shout out to my guy Eddie out there in LA. Adrian says, "I'm glad you stay up boxing. True, I followed you for a long time, always in the background. I have also added you on Facebook too." Hey, shout out to you, man. I'll check my friend request later on.
And sparring with guys that are more experienced than you, a couple levels above you, so you can learn. That's great for your development as well.
BT UK may have the heavyweights, but North America has taken their beloved super middleweight. That's a fact. You know, and from 122 to 168, you know, the American fighters are the predominant fighters in those weight classes. Norway. Shout out to Norway. Ingolf 1980. Shout out to Norway. Norway, stand up. We added already. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're good. Then we're good to go. We're good to go. Yeah, it's your boy BT, Brennan Taylor, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. We're live for Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam. This is the live fight reaction for that fight. Still, progressing our way towards the main event. We still got about two more fights left. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. All that good stuff. Super chat if you really enjoy the content. Super chat support. That'd be greatly appreciated as well. Hello from Margate, UK. Margate, UK. So we had Margate, Florida earlier. Now we got Margate, UK. Put that shit on mute. Put the fight on mute for a second. Shout out to Margate, UK. My man James Davies. He says, "Do you guys follow U.S. sports worldwide?" I follow boxing is the only sport that I cover about on this channel because it's the only sport that I enjoy making videos about repeatedly. But I do follow other sports. I'm a big baseball fan, big time Marlins fan. I'm a huge Miami Marlins fan, lifelong Miami Marlins fan, Charlotte Hornets fan in the NBA, Carolina Panthers fan in the NFL, and a Florida Panthers fan in the NHL. And then my favorite team in the Premier League is Everton. So I definitely follow a lot of sports aside from boxing. I'm a big Novak Djokovic fan in tennis, but boxing is my favorite sport, and boxing is a sport that we cover here on True School Sports. So there's your answer. Well, Crawford versus Earl. I think I got Crawford in that fight. I got Crawford against all the welterweights. Trevor Bryan ducked Char. In fact, the WBA ducked Char. They promised him that the Bryan fight that Bryan had to negotiate a fight with him within 90 days of the Stavern fight, but it never happened. And the saga continues. So Trevor Bryan has that belt, and we're still waiting for Char and Bryan to settle their score. Isn't it about 4 more fights? It's gonna be some time. Like I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be some time. So if you got time to get snacks, get your snacks. If you got time to, call your girlfriend, call her now. Do whatever you got to do now because you got time. Adeleye is the fighter that Fury fans describe as AJ as. Yeah, bro. A stiff bodybuilder. No gas, no stamina, just lacking a lot. And if he has any hope in prayer of being a factor in the top 15 in the heavyweight division, he's got to improve a lot. No, he's asking where's my pops at. Pops is at. I'm not with Pops. Pops is on the other side of town. I'm at a friend's house right now. Pops is just getting some rest and recovering, and I'll be seeing Pops tomorrow. Hopefully next week we'll have Pops back on. On live at some point. Yeah, definitely big time Marlins fan. I've been a Marlins fan since I was 4 years old. So I've been a Marlins fan since 1999. I'm 26 now, so we're talking about 22 years of being a Marlins fan. So I've been through the highs and the lows of winning the World Series and the fire sales and seeing the great players. Love the Marlins. You said you're from LA. When I was in LA, I actually saw the Marlins play at Dodger Stadium 2 months ago. So CW 1983 says, first time I ever watched BT was when you did the Josh Taylor versus Jose Ramirez watch along. I'm really glad you didn't quit. Keep up the good work. And yeah, that was a legendary live, man. We had Angelo Leo, the former champion, one of the best 122 pounders in the world, and one of the most underrated fighters in the world. We had Angelo Leo on the live for the whole fight, and we also had Marcos Paz, who's a professional now on that live. He was getting ready for his pro debut, and he actually just won his pro debut about 2 weeks ago. So shout out to Marcos. He won via second round knockout. So, that was a legendary live, and I'm looking forward to whenever I can to going back to Vegas and doing more lives with guys like Angelo and Marcos and other fighters. We'll bring some other fighters on the live. We should do that. Have more of these fighters on the live fight reactions. Adeleye is not very good. I back him beating Gorman. I back Gorman beating him, to be honest. Yeah. Makabu versus Okoli. That's a good fight. You know, I would be rooting for Makabu to win because I'm a big Makabu fan. But I think Okoli's just too big for him. Okoli, and the thing is, he's improving too. Like Okoli is bigger than most of these guys. Is bigger than most of these guys that won at cruiserweight, and he knows how to fight like a big man. So I'm gonna favor him against most of the cruiserweights. But I would like to see Okoli lose because I'm still upset that he beat my boy, he beat my friend, he beat Isaac Chamberlain in one of the worst fights of all time. Fury versus Joshua. Fury in 6. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Fury in 6. Char ended the hype job, Christopher Lovejoy, and he'll do it again with Char Bryant if they ever fight. That's why Don King's keeping Bryant away from Char. I want to disagree with you, man. Char Bryant isn't a hype job. Char Bryant actually is a solid heavyweight. It's just Don King has messed his whole career up and he can't get him fights for whatever reason. But Char Bryant, I've been seeing Char Bryant spar in the gym for years. If there's anybody qualified to talk about Char Bryant, it's me. He's improved a lot over the last couple of years, and I would like to see him get some fights. You know, that's been the only thing. You know, he stays in shape, even though he looks fat in his fights. It's just his body. He's improved a lot, and I think Char Bryant is a good, solid top 50 heavyweight. Like if Char Bryant fought Charles Martin, I think Char Bryant would beat Charles Martin. If he fought them guys, the middle of the pack heavyweights, you know, the guys that Wilder's already beaten and Joshua's beaten, I think he beat most of them, and I think he would give a lot of heavyweights a good fight. Like if Char Bryant fought Joseph Parker, I would actually favor Char Bryant. As crazy as that sounds. Just love your commentary. While I do more sit-ups. Yeah, man, I gotta do some sit-ups yesterday. Yesterday I actually worked out twice. Yesterday I ran a couple miles, and then I shadow boxed with my I had this Lacoste jacket that makes me sweat a lot. I shadow boxed for like 45 minutes. So, you know, gotta stay in shape. Our next fight on the card, let me stop talking and put that sound back on. We got our next fight happening on the card. We got who is it? So we got Chris Jenkins, 22-3-3, taking on Ekal Essuman for the Commonwealth welterweight title and the British welterweight title. So should be a good fight. I like all the pictures you have with the boxers, True, on your Facebook. You should get them all framed and up on the wall if you haven't already. Maybe a boxing room for streams. Yeah, that's the plan, man. You know, I'm not in my house right now. This isn't my house. This is my friend's house. I'm in one of the rooms. But at my house where I stay at, where I live, you know, that's the plan. You know, I want to get some of my favorite boxing pictures on a canvas print and make them part of my YouTube set. So that and we just moved into that house like in April. So, and then I was gone for 2 months. So I haven't even finished my room yet, my room, but that's the plan. You know, I got some great pictures that you know, I really cherish. So that's the plan.
Similar stature, the two men. The bookies have got Essuman.
BT, you're not only Char Bryant's hype man. Since Char Bryant won the belt, people have been calling him out. They have. Dillian White said he wanted to fight Char Bryant.
So supremely fit. He's nicknamed the Engine.
Yeah, his resume is trash. We know his resume is not that good. But I'm telling you guys, Char Bryant isn't as bad as you guys think he is. He's a solid heavyweight. I'm not saying he's creme de la creme. I'm not even saying he's A-level, but he's a solid heavyweight. And if Don King ever gets into fights before he ages out, you know, he'll surprise a lot of people. But anyway, round one, Ekal Essuman versus Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins in the white trunks with a pink trim. Essuman with the black trunks and the purple trim.
That's what we get.
The 12-rounder.
It's not one which is going to be decided by cuts, because one thing
Eddie's got Essuman at 8.
He is very
cut
prone.
Yeah, man. Make sure y'all smash that like button. I see we're at 56 likes. There's 75 of you here, so surely someone being stingy. Run it up. I'm trying to get to 100 before the main event.
But he has had awful facial injuries in some of his previous contests.
He has hopefully that's not a problem tonight.
Right now, both fighters are just trying to get that range down, exchanging a lot of jabs, trying to, you know, control the real estate. Nobody's really got control of the center of the ring yet.
Before settling into it, but he seemed quite cool, calm.
Double jab, right hand from Essuman that falls short.
Some of the fights of years gone by, those with very long memories, might go all the way back to 1960. Brian Curvis against Wally Swift, and those with fairly long memories, not quite so long back, but you know, it's 40 years ago now. Kirkland Lang.
Trevor Bryan has the best jab in boxing. Yo, no cap though. All jokes aside, Trevor Bryan actually has one of the best jabs in the heavyweight division. Believe it or not.
Well, looking at this fight before,
I've seen him fight multiple times as well. He's slow, not that much power, and just unimpressive in general. Hey.
And I can see a lot of same time exchange at the minute.
Listen, I think Trevor Bryan could beat a couple guys in the top 15.
Just got a right hand over the top of Essuman.
But that really just says more about the crop of heavyweights we have right now.
And that's a pattern that I can see happening throughout the fight.
Essuman, born in Botswana. Right hand over the top there from Jenkins.
Good right hand there from Jenkins.
His dad was studying for a PhD at university in Nottingham.
Good defense there by
Essuman. Managed by Jimmy Gill, 78 years old.
15
now.
seconds left here in round number 1.
With the Boxing Board of Control since
there you go. Essuman putting some more muscle on that jab. There you go. Good jab to the stomach.
Not a lot between them. And we'll get the full thoughts of Ben Davison.
All right, so that's the end of round 1.
There are some things that only come alive when they move.
MB Boxing official said, I asked Brian once on Instagram Live why he didn't fight Charles Moore, and he said, I didn't want to lose my title. He said that? I hope he was being sarcastic. I truthfully hope he's being sarcastic. I'm going to ask him about that next time I see him. Don't forget, Trevor Bryan sparred Stavern multiple times. He did. And he still got him out of there in 10 rounds. He got him out of there. He did it right the first time. When Wilder fought Stavern, Wilder had to give Stavern a rematch. But Trevor Bryan got him out of there in 10 rounds. Everyone said Pulev has the best jab in the heavyweight division. Joshua jabs him, and they still won't give Joshua credit. Well, I never thought that. I thought Pulev jabs is solid, but I wouldn't say it was the best.
Chris Jenkins has been on the floor in his last 2 contests.
Who's fighting right now? Right now, you got Chris Jenkins fighting Essuman for the British welterweight title. It's we're watching the Joe Joyce fight, the Joe Joyce card. P. Shah, hey, first time here. Shout out me. Shout out to P. Shah. Right? Didn't say P. Shah. Shout out to you. Welcome to the Untouchable True School Sports Empire. You are now part of the Untouchable Empire, my friend. Make sure you subscribe, smash that like button.
And decided to move on, and like I said, I believe this one could end up being a barnstormer.
Good feint there by Essuman.
He's always had a terrific.
A lot of jabs being exchanged, but no body shots. No body shots from these guys. I want to see some damn body shots.
Quite the quality boxer.
Rap star, my man them, rap star in the UK. How's it going, champ? Good to see you. Shout out to the whole UK. You know, I've got a lot of British viewers, a lot of British subscribers, and I have a lot of respect and love for the UK. Got a lot of love for the UK. Some of my best friends in boxing are Brits, so I love the Brits.
Same speed, predictable, readable. That's something that Jenkins needs. He needs to vary that jab up. When he's establishing his jab, he needs to start mixing it up, changing the threat up, changing the rhythm up, changing the pace of it up. A good feint there through Essuman's timing up.
There you go. Jenkins is starting to pierce through the guard of Essuman. There you go. We want to see some grown man punches. Come on, Jenkins. You can't wear pink and fight like a sissy. Come on, Jenkins. There you go. He's stepping in with that jab.
These are good names that he's beaten this amateur.
Yeah, and I know that he did. I read that he sparred over 80 rounds with David Adeleye.
Joe Joyce wins by decision. I don't think he can knock out Takam. Takam is tough as they come. Joyce has an engine, but he's slow. Takam will ride his shots. A decision for Joe. Good educated prediction. I could definitely see that scenario. You know, you can see Joe Joyce's punches coming from a mile away, but they can't touch you. So I think if Joyce wants to get the knockdown or a knockout, he's got to establish that jab and disguise that right hand. Great comment.
Round level at 10 points apiece, and this second round is going to take a little bit of looking at as well. Is he going to be able to...
The ex-fighter that's commentating is Enzo McAnally, the former cruiserweight champion from Wales. That's who it is, John. BT, you gave love to the women's 105. Why not the men? That's a great question. It's probably because none of the men look like Sinisa Estrada. Nah, man. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know, man. I kind of forget about the 105 division. But maybe I should. Maybe you got a point. I'm gonna start doing videos about knockout CP Freshmark.
Advice from his trainer, very experienced trainer, a good fighter in his own right, not so far back, Gary Lockett.
That would be cool to live in the UK. I mean, look, I love the UK, but I don't want to live anywhere outside of America. I'll stay right here in South Florida.
He gave away momentum back to Jenkins.
Yeah, sometimes by doing that, it's a perception, isn't it? You know, the three judges see the guy.
Do I hate men's 105? Absolutely not. Charlatito Gonzalez used to fight at 105. There's no way I can hate 105.
Imagine that part of Essuman's tactics is to force the pace on Jenkins.
But you know what? I'll keep my eye out. Who are some fighters at 105 I should cover? What do you think will happen? Who are some fighters at 105 you think I should cover? By the way, for those of you just tuning in, funneling in here, it's round 3 of Chris Jenkins versus Essuman. Essuman for the British welterweight title. You know, I believe after this, the next fight is Hamza Shiraz, which is the co-main event.
Somebody speaks, wears his heart on his sleeve in the way he speaks, and he said, "I just know I can dig deep."
BT, I thought that was you who was getting hands put on by Blueface last night. Man, I'll beat the shit out of Blueface. Blueface can't fight. You crazy? But that was funny though. That was funny seeing Blueface fight the fan.
Yeah, but to be able to do that, like I say, it needs to be making Jenkins work. But this is a comfortable pace for Jenkins.
Takam is old now. Went the distance with 3 journeymen last fight. Joyce is going to jab the hell out of him. I think there's a corner stoppage today on this one. I'm not gonna talk about him right now. We're not gonna talk about Canelo right now, but I disagree. I don't think he's unbeatable.
Cedric Peno over 10 rounds. He's the man who gave Conor Ben fits early in his career.
Yeah, good fight for Echo.
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. I'll be back. I'm gonna give me a snack. I'll be back. Smash that like button as a slap. I'll be back.
Just got to get away by punch selection, left hook, and let Chris Jenkins out. If your opponent is moving to, if you're in the center of the ring and your opponent is moving to your right, a left hook is only going to move him further round and pull him back round to the center of the ring. When people talk about punch selection, that's punch selection.
Technical insights from Ben Davison for those of you at home. Helping you understand just the analysis and the tactics involved in a top-level fight. So far, the fragile skin of Chris Jenkins, so much scar tissue around his eyes, around both eyes, is holding up well.
All right, I'm back. The boss is back.
Essuman maybe has had a little bit more success in this second round, the third round, than he did in the second. Finishing on the front foot.
Blueface is 6'4", only weighed 155 pounds. Fundura might have some competition. I'd love to see that. BT, stop playing. Joe Joyce is about to torture Takam. I think so. I think he's gonna beat the shit out of him. I'm just saying, if he wants to get a knockout, he's got to find a way to disguise that right hand. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, man. Shout out to everybody here. We're progressing closer and closer towards that Joe Joyce Carlos Takam fight.
The Lexus UX self-charging light. It's how it feels.
Gotta make sure we get these snacks and we stay fueled up, because, you know, believe it or not, you guys, you'd be surprised. Talking live and processing all this information, I get hungry. I get really hungry doing these lives. So it's very important.
How did you score that?
I gave that round another round to Jenkins. There's a lack of in-between work from Essuman. Right at the end of the round, he's slightly better cutting the ring off, but he can't just walk at Jenkins. Someone that boxes in a nice rhythm. Let him get.
Shout out to my guy Johnny Cortillo, one of my best friends in boxing out there in Vegas. You guys may remember Johnny. I'm gonna watch the Olympics. Yo, Johnny, are the Olympics tomorrow? Like, is there gonna be like boxing in the Olympics tomorrow? Oh shit! Essuman's got Jenkins hurt. Big right hand. Jenkins is in trouble. Jenkins is in trouble here in round 4. Oh my god.
Too many wide shots allow Jenkins back to the centre. A simple jab would have kept Jenkins occupied. Well, he picked his next opening. Now Essuman's on the back foot because he was inefficient and exerted a lot of energy there in that attack.
A lot of energy, not too much landed, I don't think. Not just scoring shots. But it's an example, maybe, for the Essuman fans of just how the man can go through the.
There's the link.
Accelerate when he feels that he's got his man going.
Precisely, more moments like that, but more efficient.
I know the Olympics started, but I'm saying, is there any boxing in the Olympics on tomorrow? Do you know? That's what I'm asking.
Will help him get a foothold in the fight.
Jenkins, who's really been there and done it, so much experience. And experience at championship level. Essuman moving into this sort of level for the first time. Goes 12 rounds for Essuman. For the first time he's ever had to do it. Twice he's gone 10. Chris Jenkins has been the 12-round distance.
No, but I'm saying, is there Olympic boxing on tomorrow? Is there fights? Is there boxing on tomorrow, Johnny? But those of you asking for the link, I just dropped the link down below. So there it is. You know, I see we got 61 likes. There's 71 of you here. Run it up. Smash that like button. Show the champ some love. I'm trying to get you 100 before the main event. Round 4, Esau versus Jenkins. Esau had Jenkins in trouble earlier, and I think as the fight goes on, he's starting to figure him out. You know, I like how Esau, he's varying his punches from the head to the body. You know, he's very patient, picking the right spots to punch, using the ring right now. Just doing a good job of dissecting what's in front of him. Big shout out to my boy, one of the OG subscribers, Duke Oden. He said, what's up, BT? What's up, Duke? How you living, champ? Good to see you. If you're new to the channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button for more world-class boxing content. If you want to support the channel, you know, super chat or any of that good stuff. So through 4 rounds, it's been a good fight. Been a lot of battling for real estate, and Essuman is slowly starting to figure out Chris Jenkins in this fight. He's figuring him out slowly but surely. BT, don't lie. We know you were at Rolling Loud. That's funny you mentioned that, because Rolling Loud is like 15 minutes from where I'm staying right now. But no, I didn't go to Rolling Loud. They were going to kick boxing out of the Olympics not too long ago for corruption. All that sorted now, though. They said they're making some big changes. Now you can't kick boxing out of the Olympics. You crazy?
And at moments, it's almost as if he's a bit worried about being able to do the 12 rounds.
All right, so round 5 of Chris Jenkins versus Essuman for the British welterweight title.
Well, maybe so, but Jenkins has this boxing brain. Essuman, remember, was the bookie's favourites.
Apparently, Jenkins was a favorite coming into this fight.
There's a real lack of in-between work again, a lack of feints from both.
A lot of posturing going on. Jesus, man.
Shots, baiting shots,
a lot of posturing going on between these two. Feint, like Esau's not fainting and Chris Jenkins ain't fainting.
He's in a rhythm, but his rhythm is all the same pace. Depending on what he's trying to achieve, mixing up the tempo of his look.
No, it's not a bad fight. It's been a right now there's a lot of posturing going on, but for the most part this fight's been pretty solid. Good sustained action. Jenkins got hurt in the third or the fourth round. In the early stages of that fourth round. Right now Essuman's working on that jab. And Jenkins is throwing his jab too, but what Jenkins is doing wrong is he's doing good now. But like for the most of this fight, Essuman's did a good job waiting him out and cutting that ring off. But now you see Jenkins starting to use those legs a bit more, and now he's starting to pick Essuman off with that jab. He's picking him off. Yeah, somebody needs to commit and put some punches together. Come on. All you see right now is single shots, 1-2s. There you go. Good jab again. There you go. James with the jab to the stomach and the jab to the head.
Because there is a lack of feints, a lack of non-punching activity in between the punches. There you go, a little quick feint, push Jenkins back right away. A
lot of clueless donuts in this chat. Takam ain't got a hope in hell. Yeah, it's slim to none. It's slim to none. The only way Takam's gonna win is if Takam can counterpunch Joe Joyce and hurt him, and that's a big if.
So the gap is closing.
Good timing there. Jenkins broke his base and stuck the jab.
They said Chris Jenkins was a favorite, but I guess not. Essuman's a minus 350, which means he's a favorite.
Very little between them. Two very well matched fighters. A couple of scoring shots. Jabs from Essuman showing good hand speed there. And that's 5 rounds completed.
All right, so 5 rounds. I think Essuman is getting more control of this fight as it progresses. What do y'all think?
Because switching to BT Superfast Fiber and getting a half-price TV entertainment package feels like it means being able to watch shows like Bloods with Now or better.
Make sure you smash that like button. It's your boy BT, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. Again, we're patiently awaiting the Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam fight. It's going to be a hell of an occasion.
It's a feel good price. Why choose anyone else? Join BT today.
Welcome back. Close old fight, this one. British and Commonwealth welterweight title. And there's how Ben's got it. Just to underline that fact. First round, there really was nothing in it. And Essuman just coming on a little bit stronger over the last couple.
I think Joe Joyce will beat the brakes off Dillian White. I disagree with you on that one. Joe Joyce will beat Dillian White. And so would Herkovic. Fights like even though he's supposed to beat Takam, fights like these will show us if he's overrated because a fantastic heavyweight is a consistent heavyweight.
Which will then burn himself out.
Yeah, right now I got Essuman winning against Jenkins. Boxing very good behind the jab. He had Jenkins hurt early once in this fight. He's been landing the better punches. He's won the battle of real estate for the most part, whether it be closing the gap or fighting off the back foot.
Again, left hook there, allowing Jenkins round. Jenkins walking around into his right hand. The right hand around the body is going to stop him walking around that way.
Starting to get to Chris Jenkins a little bit more than early on.
He is getting closer. I'd like to see him.
Oh, there you go. Good right hand to the stomach there by Essuman.
once you start establishing something down the centre of the opponent, then you can start coming around the side.
We've seen in Jenkins fights in the past that he can appear to be in trouble and then finds a way.
Who's your top 5 heavyweights in the world, and who'll be the last man standing tall? In order, I would say Tyson Fury is number 1. Joshua is 2. I would say Deontay Wilder is still number 3. Dillian White is 4. And then 5. Honestly, I like Joe Joyce at 5. To be honest, I rate Joe. Joe or Usyk, either one. Usyk or Joe. Joe or Usyk. I know Usyk hasn't proven much heavyweight, but Usyk's Usyk, man. Undisputed at cruiserweight. We know he's gonna give Joshua a good fight. Joshua's not just gonna go in there and blow him out in a round or 2. Joyce will get chin checked in this fight for sure. Iron though, he should be fine. We'll see. We'll see, man.
Back to there, Essuman took control of ring, little fame.
I mean, who would you guys have at 5? Because Povetkin's retired. Because Povetkin was healthy, I have Povetkin at 5. I'm gonna put Joe Joyce at 5. Fuck it. Joe Joyce is my 5th best heavyweight.
The engine just keeps on coming, and he's doing precisely that.
Or Usyk.
Despite Jenkins having that success with the right hand, good left hand counter this time again from Jenkins.
There you go. Chisora?
I don't know if Chris Jenkins has felt a shot this
maybe.
Round, but that leg hand's come a
No,
lot
not 5. That's a lie.
Shout
Shout out to all 88 of you in here. I see the numbers going up. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Take the time to subscribe if you're new to the channel. And yeah, we here, man. The untouchable. Watching this British welterweight title fight between Chris Jenkins and Ikao Uso. You know, been pretty control. Been a pretty sustained pace, but nothing too crazy's landed yet. Oh shit, Andy Ruiz. Yeah, you know what? My bad. Scratch that. I forgot about Andy Ruiz. So yeah, my bad. So Fury, Joshua, Wilder, Ruiz. I'm actually gonna put Ruiz at 4. Ruiz is gonna go 4. Dillian White is 5. Dillian White is 5. I can't put Dillian White over Ruiz. Ruiz was the man in the division at one point. He was unified champion. So Fury, Joshua, Wilder, Ruiz, Dillian White. Dillian White is 5.
So into the second half of the fight. They must be
all right, round 7.
But well, Ben's just got Essuman edging ahead at this point. The Nottingham man, the less experienced fighter.
Ring generalship is causing Echo Essuman a lot of problems right now. He's allowing Chris Jenkins just to box himself when he found himself consistently round to the left. He needs to be cutting.
Look, I love British fighters, but I always find one fight when I watch a British card where I criticize the style of fighting. It's too like. There you go. Okay, there you go. Put some punches together. Sometimes these British fighters don't put punches together. Like I want to see 3-punch combinations. There you go. There you go. There you go, Eso. Put the punches together. There you go. No single shots.
A nice consistent jab and pushing back to the rope before you start letting something else vary.
Obviously feels that he got Jenkins going a little bit though.
Ruiz got lucky. Ruiz when he fought Joshua did not get lucky. He beat the shit out of him. He didn't get lucky.
His left hand position is a lot more compact now than it was earlier on in the fight. I don't know if that's a tactical adjustment or he's a little bit more wary of his defense because he felt something.
He might, but based on the current heavyweights and what they've accomplished, I'm gonna go with Andy Ruiz at number 4. I haven't seen any of the Olympic fights yet. Shout out to my main man, RR1000. I haven't seen any of the Olympic fights yet. Is there Olympic boxing on tomorrow? Because I'll probably check it out tomorrow. They robbed somebody in the Olympics already? LR, what's good, champ? It's the untouchable, unshakable, unbreakable, true school sports. That's right. Good to see you, LR. How you living? Watching this fight between these two British welterweights that won't be Terence Crawford or Jerron Ennis. Come on, Esau, do something. Jenkins, do something. Like they throw an overhand, like he's throwing an overhand right, but he's not setting it up. Set it up with a jab or a feint or something. A slide step.
Needs to be more consistent with that.
After the Arreola fight, I think Ortiz beats Ruiz. Ortiz is a good heavyweight.
It's the break of rhythm that's the skill.
Into the closing seconds of this 7th round.
LR says Takam is getting knocked out in 2 rounds. 2 rounds. That boy said 2. Fold him up like a blue steel chair and get him out of here.
If so, a little gap is starting to open up between the two on the scorecard. Then nodding in agreement. And there's Joe Joyce limbering up.
And there's Joe Joyce jump roping. So we're not that far away from the main event. We're getting closer and closer and closer. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. Smash that like button. I see we're at 73. We're getting closer to 100 likes. You know, super chat if you feel led to. Yeah, I'm going with Joe Joyce to get Takam out there at 6. I think that's a pretty safe pick.
Maybe didn't quite get the credit that he really deserved. Great to see a crowd back here at the SSE Arena. Still coming in, and a few more to add before the main event, which is coming up for you in our final event of the evening, our final fight of the evening, and 2 more before that after this.
Joshua did not get his testosterone therapy license in the USA, which is why he asked why he's feeling like this. So you're saying Joshua didn't cheat? Is that what you? What do you mean by that?
Jenkins could do with a couple of good rounds here. The defending champion.
All right, so Esau here in the 8th round. Trying. Oh my God, grown man punches. Grown man punches is something you gotta do. Let's go, champ. Beat this dude like he stole something. He's beating this dude. He's starting to beat up Chris Jenkins like Chris Jenkins said something bad about his mama. Right hand, left hooks, uppercuts, flurries, and that's it. The referee has stopped the fight. The referee has stopped the fight. Esau stops Chris Jenkins in the 8th round, and he retains the British title at welterweight. Yeah. Good finish. It took him a while, but good finish. Good showing. Good showing from Esau. Took him a while. You know, there's some things to critique, but you know, when he had him hurt, he showed an extra bit of quality to finish him, and that's what we want to see.
Everything, all the jabs always coming out at the same speed, and Echo Essuman was able to time it, and that's what he did to get him going at the start there.
I wonder if it was a rib which went there. It seemed to be a body shot which was really causing him the discomfort, and I just wonder if he might have busted a rib. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I don't know if that happened earlier on in the fight, and that might have been why he, like I was talking about that lead hand positioning, came back a little bit more compact to look after that side of the body. But definitely the closing moments of the fight came from Essuman timing over the top of Jenkins' jab.
Well, here's how the end came. Talk us through this then.
A little bit reckless at times, you know.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. I appreciate you, champ. So, the next fight after this is the co-main event, which will feature, it's going to feature super welterweight prospect 12-0, Hamza Shiraz, defending his WBO European super welterweight title as he progresses in his career against Ezekiel Gorea, who's 15-1. And then after that will be the main event. So, getting closer and closer and closer. BT is my favorite commentator. Thank you, John. I appreciate you, champ. If you're new to the channel, smash that like. Go hit the subscribe button. We're reacting to the fight, just talking boxing as the card's going on. You got any opinions, anything concerning this fight? or anything in boxing, just drop it in the comments down below, and I'll get to it in a timely manner.
The what he currently is, but that win alone will take him up levels. You know, it's a fantastic win, and now he's British champion.
British champion, and he'll get perhaps the most beautiful belt of all. He'll get the Commonwealth belt, but I'm sure even the Commonwealth officials would recognise that the Lonsdale belt for the British title is something very, very special indeed, and it will be wrapped around the waist of Essuman. The reason being that he has won this fight, and here's Thomas Treiber to tell us the official time that it finished.
It's Ben Davison. It was Ben Davison. It's Ben Davison, another guy, and then the people at the people in the studio are like Josh Taylor and Enzo McAnally doing commentary. BT, do you think Porter versus Crawford is happening? It's all up to Porter. He doesn't have to fight him, right? No, he doesn't. And I was thinking about it, like after I went live the other day and I was talking about that fight, I was thinking about it, and after much thought, after some more thinking, I don't think that Crawford versus Porter is going to happen next. I don't think Crawford versus Porter is going to happen next. I think Al Heyman will do what he did with Peter Quillen when he was ordered to fight Korov. He ducked that belt, or he vacated that belt, and didn't fight Korov. There were chances to make the Kovalev Stevenson fight. That fight didn't happen because of Al Heyman. There's been many fights in the past that are broken down because of Al Heyman. So this I believe this will be the next one. Shout out to Eddie. Eddie did predict it. Eddie predicted this fight right on the dot. Right on the dot. He said 8th round stoppage, and that's exactly what we got. An 8th round stoppage. America is just as corrupt when it comes to PEDs and boxing. Just read about the details about Mayweather's post-fight rehydration clause. Most fighters in boxing, I would say like 80 to 85% of boxing at the top level is on PEDs.
He was boxing very disciplined and moving well rather than his usual self getting stuck in amongst the fight.
BT, what is your opinion on Billy Joe Saunders? Do you think he will fight again? Yes, I do. I don't think he'll be a champion again, but and if he is a champion, he's gonna win like a vacant belt. He's not gonna be like a top guy for it. But Billy Joe,
can you enlighten us any?
On his day, a good fighter. Slick southpaw. Knows his way around the ring. A fantastic fighter. I can't handle Billy Joe. When he fought Canelo, he was having success against Canelo. I thought the fight was pretty close before the corner stopped the fight. But it is what it is. Taylor beats Crawford in my opinion. Perhaps so. I've been telling people that a lot. I've been saying, look, Terrence Crawford's the only guy I'll favor with Josh Taylor, but not even he's safe from Josh Taylor. It's a tough fight. Sean Porter deleting the tweet about the WBO mandate wasn't a good sign. All Sean tweeted was basically, "I'm ready, let's go," but he deleted it 5 minutes later. Because Al Heyman probably called him, and Al Heyman said, "No, we're not going to go that route." So there was no point.
What did you make of the way the fight unfolded? What did you think about the way the fight ended? How?
Well, my coach told me, obviously, take my time going into the first few rounds, keep everything nice and sharp, just box. And then into the third round, my coach said, look, every time you hit him with hard shots, you're hurting him. I want you to step up just a little bit. And the next round, he says, all right, lay your right hand go. Next round, he said, just put it on him. And I thought, I'm not sure he's ready to war, but he wasn't.
Because he's done 12 rounds, he's been in hard fight, long, dragged out fights. You haven't. So were you a little bit conscious of that? Was that just in the back of your mind there, Coach?
When I spar vicious rounds. I spar high tenacity, like 10, 12 round spars with good opponents. And I just bring that to the ring because I know I can keep
it. I'll be back, guys. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'll be back.
once you actually launched on him, jumped on him, and pushed him back, could you sense that? Could you sense that you really hurt him? Was that a body shot or head shot? Body shot. Well, I hit him with a good headshot in I think the second or third round, but more so one of the body shots I hit him with, I heard him let out some air, so I know body shots are working. Man, you've had a long, short career. Is that a fair comment? You know, the WSB, top GB boy going over, looking at Olympics, not having Olympics. You must have thought you were never going to get to this stage when you're standing in front of me.
All right. So I'm ready to go. I'm refilled just in time. Just in time. 98 people here. Shout out to everyone here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel and you enjoy the content. 2 hours in. We got one more fight to go on the undercard with Hamza Shiraz. And then after that will be the main event. So we're just getting closer and closer and closer.
Now, I should let you celebrate the win and not ask me this question, but I'm going to
Taylor. Taylor beats Tank, but Tank won't fight him. We all know that. Yeah, he won't. I'm a fan of both fighters. Like, don't get it twisted. I like Josh Taylor. I like Tank Davis, but I call a spade a spade. Gervonta Davis is in a witness protection program for boxing. He don't want to fight no Josh Taylor. He'll get ruined. Stranger Danger says that Carlos Takam is winning this fight. Oh my God. So Stranger Danger is putting Joe Joyce squarely on upset alert. Joe Joyce is on upset alert. You heard it from Stranger Danger. All right, I see we got 79 likes. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Don't be stingy. Run it up to 100. We're right there. We're right there. We got a whole other fight to go before we get to 100.
Joe Joyce against Carlos Takam. Back to all that in a minute. We need to show you what's coming on BT Sport.
Shout out to Nosy Rosie. Good to see you, champ. Yeah, you know, I made a video recently, basically stating that. I made a video stating recently that Mayweather Promotions should just shut up about Josh Taylor unless they fight him. And then like you guys should have seen the comments. All the Tank fans are going crazy. They were like, man, he not ducking nobody. He not ducking nobody. But like if you go to a weight class and you win a secondary trinket, you go around parading around saying you're the champion when there's a guy that has all the belts. That's like, for lack of a better term, that's some punk ass stuff. Like I love Tank and whatever, but like Mayweather Promotions and Floyd and all them doing that's a really coward move. And if you don't have any intention on proving that you're the true champion of that division, shut up and go right down to 135. It's like it's that simple. It's that simple. People don't like it, but it's the truth. Michael McKinson is the next person in line. If he projects him, it's Jerron Ennis in the WBO. Michael McKinson's a good fighter. You know, Michael McKinson doesn't have a lot of pop, but very slick, very tricky operator. You know, he's coming off of a very good win against Chris Congo. But if Terrence Carver fights him, nobody's gonna give him credit because they don't know who Michael McKinson is, and you know they're looking at his box record and see that he only has like 2 knockouts. So, yeah. My prediction for the fight, I mean, it's down there below on the ticker. It's Joe Joyce TKO 6 rounds. That's my prediction. Wilder would get ran through by Carlos Takam. Think so? I don't think so. Carlos Takam got knocked out against Derek Chisora. I don't think he'd beat Wilder. But hey, I'll tell you this: if it happened, I would laugh my ass off because I know for a fact that if something like that were to happen, the LDBC their brains would just explode, and that's always quite entertaining to watch the LDBC's brains explode. You know, that's why in a way, like I'm hoping. Oh shit! Shout out to my guy Chance Dotson out there in Texas. He says, "How can I get a wrench, BT?" Yeah, $2. I appreciate the love. Let me see. Let me wrench you up. Boom. Chance has a wrench. Who else wants a wrench? I'll give John a wrench because John be showing love. So John can get a wrench. Who else? Everyone's getting it. Everyone at the whole. You get a wrench. You get a wrench. Like Oprah. You get a brand new car. You get a brand new car. You get a brand new car. Adrian get a wrench. Wait, hold on. Adrian get a wrench. We'll give Adrian a wrench. We'll make it like one of those LDBC streams where one of them LDBC streams where everybody who comments has a wrench. The Calion J, he getting a wrench. Stranger Danger. Let me see. Harold Ben needed to get a wrench. I don't know how Harold didn't have a wrench. Boxing and gaming, you want a wrench? Oh, we'll give you a wrench. You get a wrench. Anyway, that's enough wrenches. I handed out enough wrenches. Enough wrenches. I gave out enough wrenches. Daz Perez says, BT, I'll swap you a wrench for a bottle of Echo Falls. Yeah, Echo Falls. I haven't drank Echo Falls twice since I made that video. Boom. There you go. Wrenching fools up. And then anybody else who I see that's a regular commenter, I'll give you a wrench too. Where's Daz at? Daz Perez, Daz can get a wrench. Because I know one of these days, maybe for that Pacquiao, maybe for that Pacquiao Spence live fight reaction, I might have a bunch of spam comments. So I might need a lot of people with wrenches, you know. But no more. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna chill with the wrenches. I'll give MB a box and a wrench, and then we'll chill with the wrenches. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to make it like the LDBC where everybody who comments got a wrench. You know, to have a wrench on True School Sports is an honor and a privilege. All right, let's go back to the stream. Where's the stream at? By the way, shout out to everybody here right now. It's 4:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Hollywood, Florida. It's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. You know, make sure y'all smash that like button, subscribe, super chat if you really appreciate the welcome to this channel. And yeah, man, give your predictions. You know, let me know where you're watching the fights from, and I'll give you a shout out, man. It's been a decent card so far. You know, it's definitely not. This is surprisingly, and I'm very happy about this. Surprisingly, this is not even close. To the worst Frank Warren undercard I ever watched. It's actually been an okay undercard. And by Frank Warren undercard standards, this is a good undercard. So, you know, hey, I've been enjoying it. Here's Frank Warren with Charlie Edwards. And Charlie Edwards, shout out to Charlie Edwards. Charlie Edwards rocking the gold, the all gold throwback Allen Iverson Sixers jersey. I see you, Charlie.
As a pro, 111 by knockout. The other guys, I think, got 28 knockouts on his record. It's going to be a really good
Kangaroo Jack, is there a website I can watch the fight, man? And shout out to you for the super chat. He said, yeah. And you super chatted, so F it. If you super chat, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to look. There's a link. I just dropped the link. That's the exact link that I'm watching the fight on right now. So you go right there, and you'll be good to go. I appreciate you, Kangaroo Jack. Thank you. I see we're at 87 likes. Smash that like button. I'm trying to run it up to 100. Let's get it up to 100. What was that one comment I saw? Are you watching the Conor Benn fight next week? You mean the Adrian Granados fight? Yeah, I'm watching that fight. I gotta watch that fight. He's fighting one of the only fighters in boxing that I could say is my friend, which is Adrian Granados. And look, I think it's a good fight. You know, I'm a fan of Conor Benn. I'm obviously a fan of Granados, and I think it's a good step in his career for Conor. If he can win this fight with flying colors and knock him out, that'd be a good statement for Conor. But I'm going for Adrian Granados to win. That's what I want to win.
Yes, possibly next in line for the winner, Joshua Usyk.
Do you think who do you think wins, Jake Paul or Tyron Woodley? I got Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul gonna get him. I'm going with Jake Paul. We got a new subscriber. Shout out to my guy, Brian Cranston. You are an untouchable. Shout out to you in Iowa, the home of Michael Nunn, one of my favorite fighters of all time. He says, I'm a new subscriber from Iowa. My money is that the fight does not go the distance, minus 30-33. Joe Joyce gets the stoppage. And that's a pretty safe bet. Pretty safe bet, Brian. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully it's a good fight. And hopefully Takam, can prove a lot of us wrong. All right. So still waiting for the fight. Let's check out. Put that shit on mute for now. Apparently the next fight is going to be, oh my God, there's another fight? So we got 2 fights left. I thought it was 1. It's actually 2. We have Sam Noakes and Michael Carrero. So 6-0 Sam Noakes taking on 13-64 Michael Isaac Carrero. It's a 6-rounder welterweight contest. And then we have the Hamza Shiraz fight for the WBO super welterweight European title. And then it'll be the main event. So just hold tight. Don't lose patience. Stick with me. We're here. I got us on the right track. But while we're waiting for the next fight, let's take this time to check some boxing news because there is some interesting things happening in the boxing world. So let me see. Let's scroll. Let's see what we got. So yeah, it was just announced on TV that Sonny Edwards will defend his IBF title, which he just captured recently, on September 11th at the Copper Box Arena. So good to see Sonny Edwards in action. One of the more talented flyweights out there. Good fighter, Sonny Edwards. Jojo Diaz versus Ryan Garcia is being discussed. It's not surprising since Jojo Diaz beat the guy that Ryan Garcia avoided in Fortuna. So, expect that fight to happen next in the fall. Canelo Alvarez, according to Michael Coppinger, has received a draft contract from Caleb Plant for the fight, which is a big deal in boxing. If you guys don't know about boxing negotiations, when you receive that draft contract, it's a very important step. So, an important step has been taken. We're a step closer to the undisputed fight. September 18th is the date being targeted for PBC on Fox pay-per-view. Hopefully it happens, man. I think a lot of you guys are being foolish. To write off Caleb Plant. He might, if he puts it all together in that fight, he can give Canelo. He's good enough, and he has the attributes to give Canelo Alvarez PTSD of fighting Floyd Mayweather. So we'll see what happens. MB Boxing wants to know about Sonny Edwards' opponent. Sonny Edwards' opponent is going to be where is it? I just saw it. It's going to be a guy named Jason Mama. I'm not too familiar with Jason Mama, but that's who he's fighting. Jason Mama. What else? What else is going on in boxing? Bob Arum had some quotes recently on the WBO ordering Crawford versus Porter. Here's what he said verbatim. He said, I quote, "Hopefully we'll be able to get it done. The way we left it was Top Rank's Tyler DeBuff would talk to PBC's people who we're now working with to see what could be done on a cooperative basis. I'm optimistic." So, pretty generic statement from Bob Arum. He said he's lost so much money on Crawford promoting him that he doesn't even handle Crawford no more. He leaves it all to Todd DeBuff, the president of Top Rank. So that's what's happening right now. And hopefully for Crawford's sake and for the sake of boxing and for the sake of the welterweight division, Sean Porter and Crawford happens. But I have my doubts. As the days have progressed and I've had more time to think about it, I have my doubts on that fight happening. Just being honest. Just being 100% completely honest. Plant is gonna take a hellacious beating. I don't think so. I think it's gonna be a very competitive fight, and he might fuck around and win. He might mess around and win that fight. To me, this is the best fight of Canelo's fought at 168, hands down. Good luck to Manny against Spence. Manny needs to match Thurman performance at minimum. Yeah, at least. Yeah, I agree. And I think he might even need to do a bit better because you saw in that fight as the pace slowed down, Thurman was having his way. The more that fight progressed and when that pace slowed down, Pacquiao wasn't having success. So I think for obviously Thurman and Spence are different fighters with different attributes. But I really think Pacquiao has to sustain a certain pace through the 12 rounds. Good luck. Big Joe. And shout out to Wizard Sleeve. Wizard Sleeve is one of the OG subscribers. Wizard Sleeve over here always showing love. Shout out to him. He says, Big Joe deserves better promotion than Fish Eyes can provide. Fish Eyes was sick when he beat Daniel Dubois. Yeah, man. Fish Eyes, Frank was about to have convulsions. That man was about to have convulsions when he saw that Dubois lost to Joe Joyce. BT, someone released sparring footage, Canelo sparring footage, and Canelo fans were feeling insecure. What's the sparring footage? Who was he sparring and how did he look? Did he look bad? And who was he sparring? Let me know. Anyway, I'm gonna put the sound back on for our next fight. It's gonna be we got 2 fights left to the main event. We've got Naeem Ali versus Sam Noakes. So Sam Noakes versus Naeem Ali. That's our next fight. Make of that what you will. Make sure y'all smash that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. You know how it goes. Anytime, any place, anywhere, we talk boxing. We get it anywhere. Now, I think this is probably the, if you're betting on Errol Spence, this is probably the safest prediction you could have right here. At Errol Spence Jr., controversial split decision. I like that. I can see that happening for sure. Yo, so you mean to tell me Ronald Ellis, Rashidi Ellis's brother, the guy that fought Dave Benavidez, was beating the brakes off Canelo in sparring? Oh, man. Now I can see why you don't want to fight Demetrius Andrade. Now I can see why he's ducking Demetrius Andrade. It all makes sense now. It all seems so clear. But where is everybody from? I see there's 95 of you. Where is everybody from? Drop your city and state down below. I'm trying to see how international we are. I know we have a lot of Brits in here, but is there anybody from America? Is anybody from America here? Let me know where in America you're from. I'm in Miami, Florida, Hollywood, Florida.
Sam Noakes with this formidable punching reputation. He's in against a man in Naeem Ali, though, who, as you've heard, has had 73 fights. He's never in that time been stopped. And at the weigh-in, he said to Sam Noakes, "You're going to get 6 rounds tomorrow, I can promise."
I like his attitude, especially.
All right, so Sam Noakes versus Naeem Ali. I don't know much about these guys, but it's a 6-rounder, so you know it should be. It'll only be about 18 minutes at most, 18 to 20 minutes at most. Shout out to my guy Frank out there in Tanzania. Oh my God, Tanzania. Shout out to Nosy Rosie out there in Texas. I love Texas. We got man in Wales. What flag is that? Is that I don't want to get the country wrong, but shout out to you. Seville, Florida in the building.
Good to see, especially when he's had 6
Compton, California. Shout out to my man CPT in Compton, California. China. We got China.
Started at the age of 13, Sam Noakes.
Canelo chose Plant rather than on Bubu Andre. Otto, shout out to you in London. The Netherlands. That's what I thought. I thought it was Netherlands, but I didn't want to. I thought it was Netherlands, but I didn't want to get it wrong. And then you say, "Oh, I'm not from there." So shout out to you in the Netherlands.
One of the most busy journeymen in the country. Had 30 fights in 2019, and this is his 5th fight in the last.
Let me see. Sam Noakes versus Naeem Ali.
4-rounder to Zach Miller, an undefeated prospect in Sheffield.
Holy fuck! Yo, Naeem Ali is 2-70. Bro, how the hell do guy? That's how I look. Look, I look like much respect to the UK, but this is what I'm talking about. The quality in British boxing is much lower than American boxing because there's no way in hell a guy that in America that's 2-70 would ever get on TV. That's ridiculous. This guy's 2-70.
Shots in there, not everything's the same strength, same speed, same
I've seen it all. I have seen it all.
the looks up in between.
London, we got London.
You always talk about that.
Shout out to my man CW in London.
Biggest and the most
South Africa's in the building. Okay. Wizard Sleeve, the same country as the undisputed champ in boxing, the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor. And we're talking about Scotland. Shout out to Scotland. That's another place, man. I've only met a handful of Scottish people in my life, but they've always been kind to me. And the Scottish people that I've come across here on YouTube have been great to me, and I love the Scottish people. You know, hopefully one day I get to go to Scotland and take in a Josh Taylor fight. That's actually a dream of mine one day. So shout out to the Scots, man. I got mad love for the Scots. Very passionate people, and they know their boxing.
Well, that's a good opening round.
BT, who do you think wins between Joe Joyce and Usyk? It's a great fight, man. I'm tempted to pick Usyk for the upset, but I think Joshua, with the way he's been developing, the way he's beginning to trust his jab, the way he's beginning to, just trust his skills as a fighter and develop. I think right now is the perfect time for this fight to happen for Joshua. I think he will struggle. I think he'll have some problems in the early rounds getting the foot positioning down, but he'll figure him out, and I think Joshua beats him. So I'm going to go with Joshua.
Welcome back to the SSE Arena here in Wembley. Perhaps why
BT, you need to watch UFC 265. The gold is on the line. You are now investigating in MMA heavyweights. Plus, August 7th is trash. You got Cody Qualley versus Gabriel Mastier and Kid Galahad. Bro, I'm not watching UFC until we get that John Jones Francis Ngannou fight. I'm not really too gassed about the UFC. But shout out to Rachel Ostovich last night, the lovely Rachel Ostovich. I saw she beat up the equally as lovely Paige Van Zandt. I heard about it at least. I didn't see the highlights, but I heard about it. Baltimore, yes, Baltimore, the home of Tank. Shout out to you.
Took up the duties.
Working in around both sides, that's brilliant.
Come visit Tanzania, dude. Climb the highest outstanding mountain in Tanzania, Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things about Mount Kilimanjaro. Maybe one day, man. I gotta get that money. I gotta get my money up before I go to Tanzania.
When the phone rang about
Shout out to Zakaria Khan out there in Ireland. So very, very, very well represented here on live. For those of you wondering, when is the Joe Joyce fight? It'll be we have this fight right now between Naseem Ali and Sam Noakes, which is a 6-rounder. We're in the second round right now. So this fight has to end, and then we have Hamza Shiraz. That fight has to end. So once those two fights have concluded, undercard will concluded, and we'll be going into our main event of Joe Joyce and Carlos Takam. But until then, you can hang out with me, talk boxing. Any boxing questions you have, drop them down below. Subscribe, all that good stuff, man. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We got a lot of world-class content on the channel. Next weekend, I will be live for another British fight featuring Conor Ben as he takes on the very tough, very game, and always formidable Adrian Granado. So should be a good one. Make sure you guys join me next week for that one.
Like Sam Noakes, you have the ability to be able to do so.
ticket seller as well, Sam.
Come visit China. I will give you a good place to stay, and we can discuss boxing politics with my home. Lots of money involved, wealth, and good fortune. Maybe one day, man. I'm looking at China. I don't know about China. I mean, I've heard things about China, but I don't like to listen to what people tell me about countries. I have to go there for myself and see what it's like. I did meet and I did interview the only Chinese world champion right now, which is Zhu Can. Very nice and kind person. I like Zhu Can. Listen, if any of y'all ever want to get in contact with me, I'm very easy to get a hold of. All you got to do is hit me up on Instagram at Jessica from Dania. It's down there in the ticker. Or email me. All that can be found in my about section of my YouTube page.
Right idea. I'm practicing things in there. That's what I like to say.
Smear of blood.
BT, this card sounds miserable. Good thing you are covering it. Oh, Sam Noakes with a good uppercut on Naseem Ali as we conclude the second round. So finally, some action, man. Some action. Hrgovic versus Anthony Joshua will be a mega fight in 2023. And Anthony Joshua don't want that smoke. Hrgovic's going to come. He's coming for him. Nah, I'm not like that, man. I actually would like to go to China. I would like to go to different countries and stuff, but there's just so many things going on with the COVID and the vaccine and all that stuff. So, yeah, if you want to get in touch with me, there's my email. Yeah. Oh, the fight has been stopped. The corner of Naseem Ali has stopped the fight. So Sam Noakes gets the second round stoppage. And we're getting closer to the main event. Jesus.
Yeah, very impressed with that because it wasn't I'm going to go in there, let hell for leather go and hopefully just break you down.
I'm not that guy. I'll pull up. Listen, I'll pull up anywhere. I've traveled to the East Coast of America, Middle of America, West Coast. I'm 26, but I'm very well traveled for my age. I haven't done a ton of like international travel yet. I mean, I went to England that one year in 2019. I don't know when I'm going to travel internationally again because of all the vaccine stuff, and I really don't want to take the damn vaccine. So, I'm very iffy about traveling internationally if I got to take the vaccine.
The variety was key there, worked around the side to then bring it
Wait,
up through the middle.
That was the first time he's been stopped?
Really smart boxing.
For real?
It's a journeyman he's got rid of here. Let's be honest about it. How good do you think this lad can become?
Well, you're 100% right in what you're saying.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like that was the first time that Naeem Ali's been stopped. Holy hell.
It's so easy to see someone 6-0 with 6 knockouts and just get carried away with himself and completely rely on that power, but he didn't. There was throwaway shots in there. He tried to peel his glove.
Easy money for Ali. He got Ali. He got a fight in the next 2 weeks. You know the journeyman. They get paid to get beat up. Yeah, man. But I respect the journeyman because the journeyman without journeyman boxing wouldn't even exist. So you gotta respect the journeyman. Aaron Pryor versus Roberto Duran. Who wins? I slightly favor Duran in that fight. I think it'd be a great fight. There will be some legendary exchanges, but give me Duran. My man right here, he said you can go to Hong Kong, stay the week at my house, and I'll give you a good environment. Maybe I can show you some Asian women, beautiful girls for you in a private room. Ha ha ha! Good fortune to all. I would love. Listen, I love me some Asian women. I love the Asian woman. You know, bless the Asian woman. You know, why not? I'm not gonna say no. Man, that's a badass suit Josh Taylor's wearing. That's a nice looking suit. Look at Josh Taylor. That is a nice suit. I need to get me a suit like that.
Top fighters and seeing how to do things. It was very educated and smart the way he did it. What I would say,
yeah, man. God bless everybody out there, man. God bless everybody. You know, we're here live again. You know, True School Sports back like I never left. Better than ever. Still clever.
That uppercut's beautiful. That uppercut, I think that was one
of them. Yeah. Enzo? I see we're at
6 fights, 6 wins, 6
I see we're at 99 likes, so we're gonna hit 100 likes. We're gonna hit 100 likes for the main event. So let's push for 200. Let's push for the 200 likes. Fuck it. Let's see how close we can get to 200 likes before the main event. Smash that like button. My man Frank says, "I want those Hong Kong ladies. Give me the connection, bro." Nah, man. I'm gonna be stingy with it. The Asian women are for BT. They're not for you, champ. They're not for you.
Where he's going, I don't know.
I'm gonna go to Hong Kong. I'm gonna go to Hong Kong. I'm gonna be laying down, chilling, having beautiful Asian girls feeding me grapes, watching fights while I'm watching fights on TV.
The chance, the showcase, and C-note for
one more fight to go.
And it hurt.
The thing is, people don't know the contribution journeymen make to the sport. You know, they fight at a drop of a hat, they fight at a day's notice. And like they said, you had a phone call, going to the gym. First thing he said, I bet, how much? Oh,
In his thoughts?
Yeah, 100 likes. Yeah, we're at 100 likes. 102 likes. Let's get it. 200 likes, here we come. All right.
Thanks so much indeed, Paul, on his shoulder. And that's been, I'm going to start with you, Sam. Sam.
All right, so here's Sam Noakes after his win against Ali. Let's see what he has to say.
Al told me anyway we'd get 6 rounds, and I was going in there with 6 rounds like in my head. But I think the fact that I'll pick my shot, slowed the pace down, worked for itself, to be honest with you. Normally I go looking for it, make it a little bit messy, but I think that looked all right, to be honest with you, boys.
Yeah, you did just what you did.
Are you screening or just chatting about delicious Asian women? I'm streaming. I'm talking about the fight, and I'm talking about boxing. I'm talking about the beautiful Asian women. I'll talk about anything. I'm a well-rounded individual. I can do it all, champ. But now I'm just live for the fight, talking about what's going on right now. Right now we got British prospect Sam Noakes. He can score a good victory over a 2-70 journeyman who's never been stopped. So that's what we're doing. Funny BT, if you do come to Cindy on the way, if you do come to Cindy on the way and stay with me for a few days, I love to, man. Listen, you know, it costs a lot of money to travel, and with the way the world is right now, with the vaccines and everything, you know, it might be a little bit of time before I travel internationally. But I'm telling you, there's gonna come a year. I don't know when, but there's gonna come a time, and there's gonna come a place, and there's gonna come a year when I have my stuff all the way in order. I'm gonna go on a world tour. We're gonna go to Australia. We're gonna go to England. We're gonna go everywhere.
He's a bright young man, isn't he? But there's something refreshingly old school about a young man who wants to fight every fortnight or so. This is a man who's done that for a very long time.
Nosy Rosie says she wants to feed me strawberries and cupcakes.
A big challenge. 4 of his 5 defeats have
Oh Lord.
either
Okay.
or who have claimed challenged for world titles. He knows his way around.
There's Carlos Takam, the very tough, very game, and very formidable contender, trying to upset the apple cart tonight and give Joe Joyce the first loss of his career. I'll be here, BT, anytime. Mikas and Sukas. All right, John, for sure, man. God bless. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Australia. Jesus, Carlos Takam's biceps are massive. Frank Warren filling up the support card with nonsense fights now for the real fights. Yeah, man. Frank Warren is like, bro, I watch a lot of boxing. And all that. Look, respect to the fighter, respect to anybody who gets in that ring. But if we're talking about the quality of boxing, we're talking about if we're talking about the quality of boxing on undercards, BT Sports and Queensberry Promotions is normally delivering the lowest quality in boxing. It's not even close. The matchups are just absolutely shambolic. I mean, I don't see it. I think the only way Takam can win this fight is he's got to consistently counterpunch Joe Joyce and hurt him. And if he can't do that, he's going to lose. So my prediction, as I've stated many times, is Joe Joyce TKO 6. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Takam's done that a few times before, hasn't he? Nothing to phase him.
Oh, snap. We got the OG Paul Brassfield. He says, if he connects on Joe Joyce's chin, watch out. I'm telling y'all, Joe Joyce isn't that good. I don't agree with that. You know, I used to think that Joe Joyce was whatever until Dubois fight. He showed me a lot in that Dubois fight. I think Joe Joyce is going places. My man says, yes, I'm a finance advisor. Connections is good. Fortune, you come, train Shawan, and go heat sauna with 2 massagers. Why not? Why not, man? Hey, if you're a finance advisor, that means you got money, right? Hit me with that super chat. Hit me with those with that PayPal donation, champ. Give me some yen. No, I'm joking. I'm not joking, but I'm joking. I'm joking, but I'm not joking. This is Carlos Takam's last big chance for the big time. Good test for Joe Joyce. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, in fights like this, when you get the old veterans like Takam, when you get the old veterans like Carlos Takam, they always give you the best effort. Doesn't mean he's gonna win. It doesn't mean it'll even be a competitive fight. But he's gonna give his best efforts, and I wouldn't expect anything less from Carlos Takam, who, win and lose or draw in his career, he's shown time and time again. He comes to fight. So I'm looking very forward to seeing how he does. Chris Selby, my main man, Chris Selby, he says, I'm watching you on my 65-inch television. Joe Joyce will walk him through. Oh, my God. 60 BT on the big screen, the 150-inch TV, 115, the 65-inch TV. It's big time stuff. Thank you, Chris. Frank said, my prediction is that Takam wins via knockout. So look, we got some people in here. They're coming in here. They're flapping their gums and they're saying war Takam. They say Takam's gonna pull the upset. They're saying it's gonna be no dice, no W, no win for Joe Joyce today. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. Dubai. She wanna go shopping in Dubai. Shawty make a grown man cry. I'm only 19. Shout out to you in Dubai. Does Florida have anyone that's at 115? Do we have anybody at 115 that's good? Not that I can think of. The lowest I can think of is 118. We got Lawrence Newton at 118, who's a damn good fighter. He's fighting September 10th here in Delray Beach. Talented fighter. Might be the most talented fighter in all of South Florida. And that's saying something because when we talk about the South Florida boxing scene, it's produced the likes of Teofimo Lopez, Xander Zayas, Dominique Francis, and I'll be honest with you, Lawrence Newton might be the best one out of all of them, but he hasn't been managed the right way, and he has been active. But if he can get active and get some good management behind him, I really think he can go very far in the sport of boxing. He's been in camps with Terrence Crawford and all that stuff. BT, do you find it weird how Dubois lost and found himself fighting for a WBA mandatory position against Bogdan Dinu? What do you mean by that? I don't understand that question. Even if Joe Joyce wins, he still has to wait a year for his title shot. Yeah, you're right. BT, is Sinisa Mikey Garcia, she don't have a weight class. Yeah, she right now, I mean, I hate to say it, but like Sinisa Estrada is getting to that point in her career where she's becoming a women's boxer like a Canelo Alvarez, Mikey Garcia, to where she's gonna maneuver through weight classes. She can dictate most things that happen around her weight because she's the biggest name. She's the biggest draw. She has the biggest star potential. So yeah, it's getting to that point. She's won a world title at 105. Her last fight, she won a title at 108. It's not out of the realm of possibility that she can go out. She can go to 112 and fight for a title there. So yeah. Live and direct from Derby. Shout out to you and Derby. Shout out to Derby County FC. I think Wayne Rooney's the manager, right? I think he's still the manager. Let's see, man, we got 135 people here, man. It's a lot of people. It's a big fight in the heavyweight division. It's an important fight in the heavyweight division because if Joe Joyce has any aspirations to fight for the title, he has to win fights like this. Every fight in a fighter's career plays a major key. You can't get to the mega fights without winning the fights you're supposed to win. And you could definitely classify this as a fight that Joe Joyce is supposed to win. So, looking very forward to it. We still got one more fight remaining on the undercard before the main event. It'll be Hamza Shiraz, 12-0, taking on Ezekiel Garcia, 15-1 for the WBO European Super Welterweight title. Yep, Rooney is the manager. You know your stuff. Yeah, man. Yeah, I didn't know if he still was the manager because, I know because I'm an Everton supporter. I'm an American, but my favorite team in the Premier League is Everton, unfortunately. And I know that Rooney became their manager, and then I don't know if he was still there because I don't follow the second division that closely. BT, isn't Sinisa gonna lose the other belt? WBO states you can't have another belt from another weight class. She's probably gonna have to vacate one of the belts. Yeah, she'll have to vacate one of the belts or drop back down and defend so she could keep the belt. But she doesn't have weight class right now, so she's gonna maneuver and go for the biggest fights possible, the biggest, most important, most money-making fights. If you're in America, it won't be on any network. You're gonna have to go on crack streams. Yo, this guy knows his footy. Most Americans don't know about the championship. Yeah, man, I was a bigger soccer fan. We call it soccer here, but I was a bigger football fan a couple of years ago. But I still follow it enough. Like I know Derby County is in second division. I know Sunderland went to the third division. Like I know the basics. You know, I know when the season starts. So yeah, I definitely love the footy. You know, I followed the Euros. I followed Copa America a little bit. Aside from boxing, you know, I do enjoy the footy. There's Joe Joyce with his braids, shadow boxing in his locker room. You know, we're getting ready for. Still, we're inching closer and closer and closer and closer to the fight. Still waiting for the co-main event featuring Hamza Shiraz. I keep saying Shiraz. A lot of people are very high on Hamza Shiraz. They think this guy's going to be the next coming thing at 154. We'll see. We'll see how he progresses. Wow, BT. Did Frank Warren really lose ESPN? Plus Eddie Hearn at least has the zone. Did he lose ESPN Plus? Well, I think he did. I don't know. I know Frank works with Bob. So in order for Frank to lose ESPN Plus, Bob would have to lose ESPN Plus. Top Rank would have to lose ESPN Plus. Enjoy your pie. Everton has pedophile. Yeah, man. Freaking Sigurdsson, man. He's already inconsistent as hell. You know, we're paying this guy 45 million pounds and he's doing fuck all in the middle of the field. And now he's touching little boys and girls. It's Everton's in shambles. I feel bad for Rafa Benitez for what he's walking into. But anyway, let's put the sound on and let's see what Ricky Funes, the trainer of Hamza Shiraz, is saying. Sound on.
Touching ball, it just automatically came out.
You still got to prove yourself once you get to those American gyms. What was that like?
I tell you what, you always hear about it, right? You go to Freddie Roach's, sparring's mad there, and until you actually go there and do it, you don't understand what level of severity it actually is. Like the first day I walked into Justin Fortune's gym, and I sparred an Olympian there. And to be honest with you, I was a bit shocked. Like I wouldn't say I got my head punched in, but I did get my head punched in. If that makes sense.
He got careless one time and he just got bruised on the side, and I don't like that. And that's when the Olympian. After that, he started breaking this guy down, and the guy had two black guys, went into a fight and won. But Hamza, I'm very impressed with him, and I think there's going to be more to him and to shine in the future for him. How do you feel? Comfortable, huh? You're one of the most comfortable nights ever.
So much of what you're doing with Ricky is just you and him talking. How have you found that? I'm a big fan of it, but it's not very British.
Yeah, it's new. It's the first time I've actually had someone who's directing me outside the ring as well. He brings a whole new aspect to my game. And to be honest with you, this is like probably 1% of what he's going to teach me in the next few years. So if that's only 1%, you can only imagine what the rest is going to be like.
He's going to get better and better. You're going to see a new Hamza. Trust me when I'm telling you.
So a good win at Wembley. Fight a couple of domestic guys, maybe win a European title, then we move on to the world stage. It's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy said,
All right, so that's Hamza Shiraz, a fighter that a lot of people are high on. Hamza Shiraz has done what a lot of British fighters should do if they want to take their career seriously. He's taken his career to the States, and he even told you, you heard Hamza Shiraz. He said, look, you never really understand the difference in quality of the sparring in the American gyms until you come to one of the American gyms. And he told you, a top British fighter, I'm telling you right there, that the sparring out here, the sparring and the training, it's and this is no disrespect to the British boxing. I'm a fan of British boxing, but I'm just calling a spade as someone who watches British boxing a lot. I follow British boxing a lot. I've actually gone to British boxing gyms and I've seen how they train in comparison to the trainers in America. And It's just a different level of quality. So he's made investments in his career to be the best Hamza Shiraz he can be, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he looks in this fight in the co-main event. He says, years ago Frank Warren got shot by one of his own fighters. Lucky to be alive. I heard about that. I heard about that once a couple years ago. Who was the fighter that shot him? I don't remember who it was. Who shot him? What was the fighter's name? BT, who was the worst announcer? Bernardo Osuna or David Diamante? Well, I like David Diamante, and he's a I wouldn't say. I mean, David Diamante is always nice to me, so I consider him a friend of the channel. I like David Diamante. I would definitely say Bernardo. BT, is it true Frank Warren develops fighters and Eddie Hearn picks up where Warren left off? No, that's not true because Eddie's developed fighters. Now, when Eddie first got going as a promoter, he got Tony Bellew, who was first a Frank Warren fighter. He had Billy Joe, who was first a Frank Warren fighter, and guys like that. But I mean, Kell Brook as well. But the guy since then he's developed guys like Anthony Joshua, Lawrence Okoli into world champions. Signed them from one of their pros, taking them straight to the world championship. And in Joshua's case, taking them from being an amateur, his pro debut, all the way to being one of the biggest cash cows the sport of boxing has to offer. So there you have it. Man. I disagree. There's Hamza Shiraz making his way to the ring in the Arsenal jersey.
6'3", just more than Tommy Hearns used to be back in the day.
So Hamza Shiraz is making his way to the ring right now. He's wearing the Saka Arsenal kit. He's supporting Arsenal Football Club, I guess. So shout out to Arsenal, even though I'm an Everton fan. Hamza. I hope Hamza Shiraz makes this very, very quick because I want to see Joe Joyce. They don't want to war with the big juggernaut. But it's your boy BT. We're damn near 3 hours strong here on True School Sports. Make sure you guys smash that like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and like I said, super chat if you really enjoy the channel, super chat, and that'll be greatly appreciated. Now, programming reminder: I'll be live again next week. So if you're gonna be around next week around this time, I'll be live for the Eddie Hearn Matchroom Boxing, the first fight camp Eddie Hearn Matchroom Boxing of this year, featuring Adrian Granados, dear friend of the channel. I mean, not just a friend of the channel, a dear friend of the channel, a damn near brother. I love Adrian Granados. Taking on Conor Benn, one of the biggest upcoming rising stars in British boxing. Very good scrap, very good step up fight. We'll be live for it. Terry Marsh was charged with attempted murder of his former manager, the boxing promoter Frank Warren, following the shooting in 1989. That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to Terry Marsh. My man Terry Marsh came with that 45 off the hip, that glizzy off the hip. Damn near off and shot fish eyes. Almost sent him into oblivion. Why did he try to shoot him? Did he screw him out of some money or something? What was the reasoning? What was the reasoning for Terry Marsh trying to shoot Frank Warren? Ben has looked good lately after a very dodgy start to his career. Yeah, man, I agree. Why is the mattress against the wall? I have no clue. This isn't my house. This isn't my room. They just have it here. I don't know. It's not mine. It's not my room, so I won't touch it. But anyway, let's focus in on the main event. Let's focus less on matches and more on boxing. Hamza Shiraz about to close the undercard out as he defends his WBO European welterweight title.
Well, we'll see what he produces.
Shiraz, a very tall and lanky 154-pounder.
Really composed.
He's slightly more muscular than Fundora, but he's got that Sebastian Fundora really long, lanky build.
Often you always hear the coaches.
So maybe one day we can get a Fundora versus Shiraz fight. Praying mantis versus praying mantis.
And as well as that, it's rare to see someone so young.
True school sleep standing up. Nah, man, I definitely don't.
Not got the mentality.
I definitely don't.
Every single moment. He's okay if his opponent's being inefficient. He's okay to lock
up. Good right-handed from Hamza Shiraz. Shiraz in the white trunks with the Dave's trim. Other guy whose name I can't remember right now. He has the white trunks with the pink trim.
And I guess almost inevitably the great admirer of Amir Khan.
Oh, for sure.
BT Hamza has gears. Trust me, I know. This isn't my first time watching Hamza Shiraz fight. I've been live for a couple. I've been live for a couple other cards where he fought on the undercard, so I'm very familiar with him. But I wouldn't say I was necessarily like impressed with him. I think he's solid. I think he's good. But I wouldn't necessarily say like I'm impressed with him or that I think he's gonna be some world beater. But we'll see how he develops. You know, he's taking his career to the States, and that's always a big step for a British fighter when they come to the States and up their training.
Definitely, for sure, and you know it's all invaluable experience.
BT Charles Martin is my favorite U.S. heavyweight. You made me a fan. How did I make you a fan? What did I tell you about Charles Martin, Harold, that made you a fan? Make sure y'all smash that like button. Where we at right now? Let's see. Let's get a like count. We're at 114 likes, so just keep running it up as much as possible. Smash that like button if you haven't done so already. And we're watching the praying mantis with boxing gloves on. Hamza Shiraz. This is gonna go at least 7 rounds. I don't think Hamza Shiraz is gonna fight at a pace where he's gonna get this guy out of there. Good body shot from Shiraz. Comes at the middle and then goes around the guard. I like that from Hamza.
Unless he's purposely pressing from the left, Gorea keeps them around that way and he can walk him on to the something with the right hand.
When you told me about the delusional Charles Martin interview, oh yeah, you mean when I interviewed him? Or was it another interview? Because when I interviewed Charles Martin, he was going nuts. I think he was on drugs when I interviewed him. There you go. Good uppercut there from Hamza Shiraz as he presses forward. What happened to your ear? What do you mean what happened to my ear? What's wrong with my ear?
Up to 60% off sale. Now on at Go Outdoors. Unbeatable.
If you're talking about this ear, I think. What's good, Tori? Say hi. You're live.
Oh.
There's 139 people watching you.
What's up, True School Sports watchers?
That's my boy Tori. Hey, they want to know, why is this mattress standing up?
Oh, this is supposed to be my new bed, but it's too big for my room.
So apparently this mattress was supposed to be his bed, but it's too big for his room. So yeah.
It's decoration.
It's decoration, yeah. Yeah. Right now, this is the co-main event. It's a guy named Hamza Shiraz, but the next fight is a heavyweight fight. A guy named Joe Joyce. He's like 12-0 with 11 knockouts. He's like one of the top 10 best heavyweights. He's gonna, like, in the next year or two, he'll probably be like probably fight the heavyweight title like in the next year or two.
Not better than Riddick Bowe in his prime.
No, nobody. Riddick Bowe in his prime. Hey, you heard Tori? Ain't nobody better than Riddick Bowe in the prime. Is that your boyfriend? Nah, that's the homie Tori. I like women. I like thick women with fat asses. So I don't know who you coming at sideways, but no. To answer your question, no. All right, round 2 of Hamza Shiraz's fight.
Very tall for a man of his weight. Super welterweight, 6'3", stands with a reach of more than 74 inches.
Ooh, beautiful. Hamza Shiraz with the uppercut to the stomach, uppercut to the head. We call that penitentiary, where you stab him in the stomach and come all the way up. Otter says that it was because of money. There was an ongoing legal case at the time in 1989 between Marsh and Frank Warren. A 9mm bullet from a Luger pistol missed Warren's heart by an inch, and he lost half a lung and parts of his ribs. Jesus. Yo. That's crazy. So Frank Warren's out here living on borrowed time. Just like that.
It'd be nice to see him have a quick change of pace.
BT, remember you forgot to update your glasses for Gary Shaw. Yeah, man. Speaking of Gary Shaw,
I don't know if you see him, Hyro, if you're watching the card, but Leon Margulies, who I confused with Gary Shaw, he's sitting in the crowd in a white shirt. He's right there in the crowd.
For something pretty sensational, because Tommy most certainly was.
Nice variety there.
British champion at this weight.
All right, so Hamza Shiraz in the second round, around 10, in firm control so far, using the range, using his size. His opponent so far, he's just shelling up. He's not doing anything. I mean, he's got nice trunks, and he came to ring in some nice Nike boxing shoes. But there you go, good body shot from his opponent. How are you gonna come to the ring with trunks that look that nice and shoes that look that nice, and you don't come to fight? If you dress that nice, you gotta fight just as good as you dress. Who is Leon? What does he do? Is he a trainer? Leon Margulies, he's the president of Warriors Boxing, and he's also an attorney. So he's been in the boxing game for a long time. His lawyer office is actually somewhere here in South Florida. He's from South Florida. Been around forever, like forever.
He could have stopped Pito a little bit earlier had the improvements I've already seen here with what we would call an offbeat jab.
Cinch lets you buy quality check-ins online. No haggling, free home delivery.
Yeah, man. It's your boy BT, Brennan Taylor, you know. We're Untouchable True School Sports Empire. We're live. 3 hours going strong. You know, when people get tired, I'm getting better. You watch other YouTubers, they go live for 3 hours during a fight. They're getting tired. I'm getting better. I'm getting better, champ. You know, we're getting closer and closer to main event. We're all looking forward to Joe Joyce fighting. You know, one of the premier talents in the heavyweight division right now. You know, could be fighting for a world title in the next 18 to 24 months.
Here's Hamza Shiraz, WBO European Super Welterweight Champion. Defending against SQ.
I just watched the Canelo versus Ronald Ellis sparring. I mean, it's sparring. Both weren't going 100%, but Canelo was getting hit. So that means I'm going to do all the other YouTube channels do, and I'm going to go watch it, and I'm going to put Canelo Alvarez exposed in sparring by Ronald Ellis. I'm going to put that out there. When am I going to the IBO headquarters? I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but I probably should go to the IBO headquarters just because it'll be interesting. Is Ricky Funes in the corner of Shiraz? Yes, he is. He's now working with Hamza Shiraz, and yeah, Hamza trains right here in the States. So yeah, make sure y'all smash that like button if you're new to the channel and you like these lives and you want more world-class boxing content in your life. Smash that subscribe button and you're not gonna be disappointed. We'll be live next week for Granados versus Ben. I'm gonna be gassed for that fight. If you say exposed in the title, it's getting at least 10,000 views. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for fun because literally, like, it doesn't matter if I talk positive or negative about Canelo. Everybody can say they hate Canelo, so I might as well just use that to my advantage. I'm gonna make a video saying Canelo Alvarez got exposed in sparring by Ronald Ellis.
It's a lot more of an effective moment to throw your shots.
So right now, Hamza Shiraz is in firm control. You know, doing a good job of moving his head out that center line.
Yeah, for sure. I would like to see him start going through the gears a little bit more, though.
Yeah, I want to see him push that pace a bit more. I mean, there you go, double jab. A long, strong double jab by Hamza Shiraz. There you go, good body shot from Hamza Shiraz.
A few throwaways up top before sinking one downstairs. I'd like to see a few feints from Hamza as well.
$55 seconds up to round 3 of our co-main event. Let me know where you guys are watching the live from tonight. Let me know where you're watching the live from right now. Let me know what city are you in, what state, what continent. Drop it down in the comments down below. I'm buffering. Yo, is my signal bad? Because I'm watching the
change the pattern up.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's fine, you guys. I'm good.
I think it'd be very effective if you bring something with the right hand around.
Big ups to London. London's well represented here in the live. Oh shit! Yo, this man did the Ali shuffle. Hamza Shiraz's opponent just did the Ali shuffle. That's crazy. That is crazy. Hyrule says, this Subway is so good. I wonder what Publix tastes like. Hey, them Publix subs is different. Anybody in the chat who's from South Florida, tell Hyrule about those Publix subs, especially the chicken tender subs. Those hit different.
Yeah, like I say, he did start using a few touches and a few throwaway shots.
Ali Boumaye. This dude, his opponent, what's the guy's name? Hamza's opponent, Hamza Shiraz's opponent, Ezekiel Gorea. This dude was doing the Ali shuffle at the end of the round. It was crazy. Shout out to my guy Johnny Berber out there in London. You know, he's my friend out there in London. Make sure you guys go subscribe to his channel for videos on improving your life and mental clarity. Good to see you, Johnny.
Marcus McDonald, our referee.
It's just allowing Gorea to get a little bit of a foothold.
What are you having for lunch? I'm not sure yet. I mean, I had some snacks earlier. I'm gonna figure that out after the live is over.
Just a little step to the right now and stop Gorea walking back to the center of the ring. Hamza pressing too hard to the left, allow Gorea back to the center of the ring.
There you go. Hamza Shiraz starting to throw a lot. His jab's getting more stiff as this fight goes on. I like what I'm seeing, man. Hamza doesn't look as stiff as the last time I saw him. He looked a lot more mechanical and robotic last time I saw him. He looks a lot more fluid in all of his movements and all of his punches that he's showing. When he commits, you know, the punches when they're coming out, they look a lot more fluid.
Hamza pressing too close to the ropes.
Mike Thomas, you see him? I'm in New England. I'm in Northeast Florida, and Publix subs are definitely fire. You damn right. Speaking as somebody who used to make Publix subs when working in deli, you know, I can tell you them subs are the best subs out there. Better than Subway, better than whatever other sandwich place there is. I've got Hamza Shiraz in a shutout so far. I got it up 3-0. Oh, okay. Going up to the body. I like that. I like when he changes the speed of them punches. That's probably the best thing he does when he gets on the inside and he starts changing the speed of the punches. Because, you know, I'm gonna compare it to baseball. I know a lot of you Brits probably don't watch baseball, but like in baseball, you can't throw a fastball. You can't throw a straight pitch, a fastball all the time because eventually the hitters can time you and they hit the ball out of the park. You gotta throw pitches that are slower, some pitches that move. And it's the same thing in boxing. You can't throw a punch at the same speed all the time because eventually what happens is your opponent will get used to that. So Hamza's doing a great job of varying the speed of his punches to keep Ezekiel Gorea off balance. Are Publix subs better than Jersey Mike's by a country mile? I like Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is cool, but like it ain't Publix. Especially when you get that Publix chicken tender sub. That Publix chicken tender sub hits different.
Varying it up. Change the weight distribution as well. A bit of a lower look.
Produce a couple of the feints that you say you've been looking for.
Absolutely, Johnny. Great to see you. Make sure y'all, if y'all haven't done so already, keep smashing that like button. Let's get as close to 200 before our main event. I see we're at 124. Run it up. If you ain't hit that like button yet, you know, hit it so the YouTube algorithms can be on my side. And oh shit, what's going on? And get this video to more people. Get the live to more people. How much are Publix subs? The most popular Publix subs is the chicken tender sub. That'll cost you about $9.19, something like that. But $7, $8 for most other subs. But if you get a chicken tender sub, it's $9 plus.
Always got a smile on his face. Such a popular figure.
But it's worth it.
I think it could be fun, this main event tonight.
Oh, for sure.
Listen, if this is your first time here, if this is your first time on the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel for all the great content that comes out. If you're a boxing fan, if you're truthfully a boxing fan, this is the place that you need to be. Nowhere else. This is where you gotta be.
So on we go. All Shiraz so far.
All right, so round number 5 of Hamza Shiraz versus Ezekiel Gorea in the co-main event of the Joe Joyce Carlos Takam card. It's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. And we are here having a lovely time talking to everybody.
Yeah, just picking them out.
The best sub is the subscribers. Hey, you got a point. You got a point there, champ.
Big. They know they've left themselves exposed. It's a good moment to them.
I love Publix subs. I love the Cuban sandwich. I never had a Cuban sandwich at Publix, but I'm sure it's good.
Trying to promise an opening here.
All right, Harold. All right, so let's see if Hamza Shiraz can take it up another gear here and get his opponent off the ring.
Which is something that you rarely see. He's using a few nice touches and a few throwaway shots, but it's almost at the moment the throwaway shots, little balls, hand positioning.
Shout out to my guy in Alabama, Michael Ryan Pitcher says, BT, you are not only an unbiased reporting, you know what you're talking about. You study the fighters and you just know your stuff. Very knowledgeable and thorough, my boy BT. Yes, thank you. Shout out to my boy Michael Ryan Pitts out there in Alabama. Roll Tide, Michael. Roll Tide. Chase Athletics, Philadelphia's very own Chase Athletics. What's good, champ? Good to see you. Right now, getting ready for this main event. You know, seeing what Joe Joyce look like. Oh my God! Body shot, uppercut, and Hamza Shiraz just dropped Ezekiel Gorea. Is he gonna get up? I don't think he wants no more. Oh, he's up. All right, so Hamza Shiraz, he comes back, body shot, headshot. He's got the ring cut off. And there's a flare from Shiraz. Gorea holding on for dear life, trying to survive. Oh, ripped it to the left, ripped it to the right. Uppercut, straight right hand. He's pulling it on right now. 42 seconds left here in round 5. And the referee is looking like, oh! And there's the uppercut, and the referee has waved it off. Hamza Shiraz has scored the 6th round stoppage. And Gorea is not too pleased with the stoppage, but it doesn't matter. Hamza Shiraz improves with another stoppage victory on his resume. So there you have it, man. There you have it. Undercard is finally over.
And Hamza Shiraz, identified by so many as a world champion.
That was the best I've ever seen him look. That was the best I've ever seen him look. My guy, he's asking how, or Jesus is asking how is Ricky Funes' instructions. I didn't really hear his instructions too much, but you know, Hamza Shiraz seemed to go at a good pace and make adjustments every round. So whatever he told him, it sounded like it worked.
Brilliant.
Shout out to Marie. God bless you, Marie. Hope you're doing well. Make sure you keep Michael in check. Keep him on his P's and Q's. Now, Ricky Funes is doing a good job. That was the best I've ever seen Hamza Shiraz look. Just a really, really good performance from him. You know, uppercuts, the way he picked his pace up as the fight went on was magnificent. You know, a big and yeah, Preacher David said it best. A big guy with a good gas tank, with a good jab, who can fight on the inside. He knows what he's doing. So his stock, this fight, I know his opponent wasn't the best, although his opponent was 15-1. His stock, because of the improvements I've seen, his stock has went up a little bit with me.
Next in the ring, Joyce against Carlos Takam. Going to be starting a little bit earlier than we'd anticipated, I think. But he'll be ready. Don't worry about it.
Andy Stone, what's good, champ? Good to see you. He says, BT, I'm surprised that you know your football, your knowledge, your boxing knowledge is untouchable. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's improving. It's improving. As far as my football knowledge, I play a lot of FIFA. I watch a lot of Premier League. I used to watch the Champions League a lot. I have a deep, profound respect for footy. So yeah, man. Up the Toffees. Shout out to Everton Football Club.
Still, WBO European Super Welterweight Champion.
When is Glenn Johnson's next promotion? Give me some Jamaican women. He actually just had a show last month. They offered me to do commentary on the show again. I told him not this time because I didn't know if I was going to be back in Florida by the time they did the show. But I think they have one more coming up later in the year, so I'll probably do commentary for that one. Because I did commentary for the first Glenn Johnson show, so I'll probably do commentary for the second. So for those of you wondering, Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam is next. The whole undercard has concluded. You don't got to watch no more European title fights, no more British world title fights. We're finally going to get to see some world-level heavyweights mix it up. You got Juggernaut himself, Joe Joyce, taking on the Cameroon's very own, the Cameroonian warrior, Carlos Takam. David was poor. He needs to rematch Camille again. Yeah, man. David Adeleye is leaving a lot to be desired, and that guy has a lot of work to do. They better keep him very far away from Nathan Gorman as much as possible. As much as humanly possible, keep that man away from Nathan Gorman.
That's his money shot. They're comparing him to Tommy Hearns. Maybe he should learn that.
They're comparing him to Tommy Hearns. I mean, I don't know if I'm comparing him to Tommy Hearns, but he's got a good style. He don't punch like Shiraz is good, and I respect his improvements, but to me, he don't punch hard enough to be Tommy Hearns. He punched hard, but Tommy Hearns punched hard for real. I think what winds up happening with these tall fighters, anytime we get you get a tall fighter who can punch a little bit, they always say he's Tommy Hearns. If he's skinny, he can punch, he's Tommy Hearns. Is it on ESPN Plus stateside? That's what I heard, but I'm not sure. So if it's not, then you're gonna have to go crack streams for this one.
I thought he was very, very good and very patient and very mature. A very mature performance, I thought, from him. I'm very impressed.
So Josh Taylor said it was a very mature performance. So if Josh Taylor said it was a mature performance, then it was a mature performance.
What would he weigh on the night? I'd love to know the answer to that. Anyway,
make sure y'all smash that like button. If you're new to the channel and you really like boxing and you're really a boxing fan, you don't need to go anywhere else. Subscribe to True School Sports. Here's Hamza Shiraz with his trainer Ricky Funes. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hamza, nice and patient, good finish. Did you know the moment you trapped him in this corner it was all over?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank him right after the victory. I'd like to dedicate this fight to my uncle who passed away, my uncle Satch. Hopefully I've done him proud. Going back to what you were saying, I felt him going from the first round. But what I did was I readjusted because I remembered obviously what I've been doing with Ricky. And I just put it into practice. And to be honest with you, Steve, we both know if I want to get to the level I want to get to, I should be doing that to opponents like
this. And doing it that way.
And doing it that way.
That's the crucial point. Yeah. Ricky, it's your first time in the corner with him. You spent lots of time in the gym with him. You've made him sick. You've flogged him. You've pushed him to the limit. You're happy tonight?
I'm very happy, 100%. 100%. He came out, he adjusted, and he was trying to go a little bit crazy after when he heard him. I go, relax, he'll come. But whatever we've been practicing, he broke him down easily the way he does, just in a great manner this time.
Well, he's such an honest, he talked about how the sparring was hard in America. He took there, quite honestly, if he couldn't get Gorea around there,
he said, where's that comment at? He said, Funes looks like Hamza Shiraz's uncle.
I would like him back in America as soon as possible.
I agree.
And start working on other stuff that we had in mind and start stepping him up. I think I think when he gets a better position, he's gonna perform much better and look better and make him work.
Back to America, better opposition, you look better, all of those are true. What do you want, man? What do you want? Apart from some milks, because obviously making weight is always an issue. What do you want the next 6 to 12 months?
Just a step up, I'd say definitely a step up, because you can only fight this certain caliber, and then at the end of the day, you do need a test. It's boxing, we all know. I've got age on my side, but I don't want to waste time as well. Whatever Frank and Andy say, I'll just follow the plan, and God willing, inshallah, I'll get to the top.
You know what? You're a decent man. You're a good man, Ricky. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Hamza. Get yourself back to America. Paulie, it's gentleman's afternoon. It really is.
They can have him on loan. We want him back.
All right, so there you have it. Hamza Shiraz, very, very adamant about getting a step-up fight next year. And look, I think, from what he just told me there, I don't see why he shouldn't be looking to get a step-up fight. He seems to really be finding his identity in that ring as a fighter. He from the last time I saw him fight, he's doing a great job of varying the speed of his punches. And I think as he continues to work with Ricky Funes, he should continue to develop him, and he might just be a guy to look out for at 154. So much respect to Hamza Shiraz. Shout out to my guy Mike Sear, Mick Attachment. He says, I respect your enthusiasm for sport, good football and boxing knowledge, and I assume you're very well educated in basketball and American football fan too. I used to be a big fan of the NFL and American football. Now I really don't watch it as much. I barely watch my own favorite team play, which is the Carolina Panthers. But I know what's going on with my team. So as far as basketball, I'm very educated when it comes to sport of basketball. Most people don't know this about me, but before I covered boxing, I actually covered basketball, and I've interviewed some of the biggest names out there in basketball. Like I interviewed Steph Curry, I interviewed Kemba Walker, I interviewed Vince Carter. So I love basketball, and I was very pleased to see the Milwaukee Bucks win the title. But yeah, man. But aside from boxing, my favorite sport is probably it is baseball. It's not even close. It's baseball. I love baseball. David Adeleye should really be quiet about Nathan Gorman. He's not ready for a Nathan Gorman. He's far from a Nathan Gorman fight. Daz Perez has BT's hitting the numbers in the live tonight. You damn right. I'm hitting the live tonight. Listen, and I'm gonna keep hitting these numbers in the live. God willing, we keep working hard. We keep showing every week. I'm gonna keep hitting these numbers every week. And I'm looking forward to next week to seeing what's gonna happen when we go live for the Conor Ben, Adrian Granado's fight. Make sure y'all smash that like button so the numbers get even higher. Make sure you subscribe so the channel keeps growing and I can keep putting out great content for you guys. Very excited about boxing. Very excited about this next 30 days in boxing. We've got some great fights coming up. You got Pacquiao, Spence. You got, there's a lot of fights. A lot of fights, man. But Pacquiao, Spence is the main one we're looking forward to. It's a marquee fight. BT, I miss fellow wrenchman Sheehy. I haven't seen Sheehy in these comments in a long time. I hope he's doing okay. Sheehy was a regular. The major stars in boxing is ruining the sport. Only fighting every 18 months. Well, it's not the fighter's fault most of the time. It's the guys behind them. Was it just me, or was that the oldest, most wrinkly WBO belt ever that the WBA? Yeah, that belt looked a bit funky. I'm not gonna lie to you. It did. Great observation. It did. Tyson Fury is a punk. Hey, you're entitled to your opinion. God bless you. Joe Joyce is a nice fella. He doesn't get the respect he deserves in boxing. I mean, look, everybody up and down swore Daniel Dubois. I mean, like 90% of the boxing world swore up and down that Daniel Dubois was going to beat this man. And Joe Joyce showed us a lot in that fight, and people haven't recognized it for it. Hyro says, is Angelo Leo in the ESBC boxing game? I haven't heard anything about it yet. I emailed ESBC because they had emailed me a while ago, and I gave them some suggestions. I gave them some suggestions for characters to put in the game, for fighters to put in the game, and they never got to me back about Angelo. So, I think it'd be disrespectful to not have Angelo in the game. I mean, for Christ's sakes, he's a former 122-pound champion. One of the best fighters in his weight class. So it would be dumb if they didn't. I want to see Spence versus Crawford, but I doubt we will get it. And I'm right there with you. I have almost no hope for that fight happening ever. That Crawford Spence is the American version of Kell Brook versus Amir Khan. Obviously, it's a bigger fight in terms of what's at stake, but it's the same scenario. It's the American version of Amir Khan versus Kell Brook. I think Wooly is going to knock out. Is going to get the KO. Jake is brave. Credit to him. I'm going with Jake Paul. I'm going with Jake Paul, man. I'm going with South Florida's adopted very own Jake Paul. He does a lot of his training here, so I'm going with him. So yeah, man, the main event is next. I'm gonna say sometime in the next 20 to 30 minutes it should be starting. But until then, we're here. Anything you guys want to talk about in regards to boxing, drop it down below, and I'll get to it in a timely manner. If you're new to the channel, we do these every Saturday, and I've been doing these for years. So stop on by again next weekend when we go live for Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados. Make sure you smash that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Super chat if you really, really, really enjoy the content. Yeah, man. This is a bit off topic, but who do you got winning Joshua versus Usyk in September? I'm very tempted to pick Usyk, but I think Joshua's development and his understanding of knowing how to use a jab, when to use a jab, and his size at the weight with the difference. So I'm gonna go with Joshua to win a late round stoppage. Ali 313 Detroit, what's up, Detroit? The top of the lower weight classes fight each other most of the time, and that's why the lower weight classes is my favorite in boxing. You don't get no nonsense like this. It's really the heavier weight class doing the ducking right about now. I don't think boxing is in a bad place going division by division. It's not. There's always, listen, for every fight that you complain about not happening, there's about 5 or 6 that are happening. In the lower weight classes, especially. Last night, I sat right here. I wasn't live last night, but I watched the Showbox card, and there was a really, really good fight between 2 welterweight prospects. You had Shiraz Brunch, who I never heard of in my life, from Brooklyn, New York. He was like 16-1 with like 13 knockouts or something like that. And he took on Janelson Figueroa, Boca Chica, and hell of a fight. One of the best fights I've seen this year. But ended in a controversial draw. Hell no, BT. You want to get another Jason Rosario. What do you mean by that, Hyro? Where do you rank Canelo all time? You're asking the wrong guy that question. I'm not really the biggest Canelo fan. Personally, for me, he's got he's an elite fighter, but I'm not as high on him as everybody else. I think he's avoiding a lot of the guys that him and his team know could give him the most problems. They're purposely avoiding. Doesn't mean that Canelo's not a fantastic fighter, because he is. But I don't really have a great answer for you. I don't have a great answer for you on that right now. I think Canelo still has work to do to crack anywhere on my top 50 to 100 list, to be honest. Who beats Canelo? Demetrius Andrew to beat Canelo, hands down. But I don't want to talk about that, because every live people start mentioning Canelo, and then I start giving my opinion, and then we talk about Demetrius Andrew to Canelo. So I think Demetrius Andrew to beat Canelo. That's why Canelo doesn't want to fight him. That's why Canelo's avoiding him, and that's why Canelo avoided him for a number of years. Bivol, I think, would give Canelo all he could handle. That's why if he goes a light heavyweight, he's not going to fight Bivol. He's going to fight Beterbiev. Beterbiev is an easier fight. Benavidez would be another good fight, although I would actually favor Canelo in that fight, but I think that would be a good one. Caleb Plant, another one who he's fighting next. All that might not even matter, because Plant might just do it before any of those guys. Plant's got the tools, but I'm not gonna get a prediction on that one yet. But I think Plant's got the tools to beat Canelo. It's just the fact that you were one of the only channels covering Chocolatito, Inoue, Fulton, Angel Leo. Yeah, man. Listen, those are world class. Those are all world class fighters. Everybody you just named in that sentence are all world class. Are all guys that are worth talking about. They're all guys that are exciting fighters. They're all guys that are bringing something great to boxing. So why wouldn't I talk about them? Anybody who's bringing something great to boxing, testing themselves against the best people, and showing a great style, those people should be applauded. So yeah, I got respect for all 4 of those fighters. Why were you going to stop covering boxing? I've cleared this up already, but I'll say it again. When I was in Vegas, I was just exposed to seeing people I know in boxing and fighters in boxing in general get mistreated, along with other things with like ways promoters set fighters up and things like that. Like, I actually saw how that stuff works, so that's why I just got discouraged and didn't want to be around it. But then I was talking to my dad. He straightened me out and made me realize, like, look, BT, if you go somewhere else in life, like, you're not going to avoid corruption. You'll never avoid You'll never avoid corruption anywhere you go. If I go to Publix, there'll be corruption. If I go to work on Wall Street, there'll be corruption. So, you know, you gotta take the good with the bad. You gotta accept things for how they are, and you just gotta do your best to be a light in the sport. And you know, I have a responsibility here to people. I have a responsibility to people that have been following me for years to talk about boxing in an educated and fair way that's entertaining and that gets people excited about this great sport. Now, what I will always say is that this business, the business of the sport is garbage. The people that administer the sport are not that good, but the sport itself is amazing, and it's done a lot of great things for a lot of people, including myself. So, BT, would you like to see a boxing fighters league where fighters could not avoid each other? Yes. I wish in boxing we would have something like the World Boxing Super Series in every weight class. Every time there's a lower weight unification, just come to BT. You damn right. You damn right. Like when Tanaka fought Kazuto Aoka. Do you think boxing is corrupt? I know boxing is corrupt. It is corrupt. But like I said, everything in life is corrupt. Doesn't mean there's still not great fighters. Doesn't mean that there still aren't fights that are real. It's just that, you know, promoters look at fighters as their investments, not people, but investments, because this is a business. They look at their fighters as investments, and they will do anything to protect their investment. Anything. Nothing is off limits. I only thought BT left me to watch other boxing channels, and that's the reason I'm back. The real reason I'm back is because, you know, Hyro called me on the phone, and I was talking to Hyro, and Hyro was telling me about all the people he had to watch, and I said, well, you know, I can't, you know, at bare minimum, I can't do that to Hyro. I can't have Hyro out here watching God knows who on YouTube. Is that Luffy's straw hat back there? Like, is Luffy like the One Piece dude? That is a straw hat, though. It's not my straw hat, but it's my friend's straw hat. Boxing has done amazing things for you, bro. Almost 37K. Yeah, almost. Listen, we're pushing right up there. I'm pushing right there towards 37,000 subscribers. I'm trying to get to 40,000 by the end of the year. If you're new to the channel and you enjoy the content, you can help me, and you can join the Untouchable True School Sports Boxing Empire, and help me get there. Hit the subscribe button. Boxing has done a lot of great things for me. You know, when I was a 19-year-old young man, and that was the first time I learned how to box. You know, when I was a younger kid, you know, I played baseball growing up. I played basketball a little bit growing up, but like, and I enjoyed boxing as a fan, but I never actually participated in it until I got older. And when I got older, that's when my appreciation for the sport grew, and boxing gave me self-confidence. It gave me direction. It gave me some of my best friends in life. It gave me a lot of life lessons. So yeah, I'm grateful to the sport of boxing, because it allowed me to dream, and in many ways, like, boxing is my life, because boxing in its own way, God placed me in boxing, and boxing helped give me life. So we here, man. Which boxers would you say Canelo was avoiding? Demetrius Andrade, for 1,000% fact. And potentially, maybe you could argue Benavidez, but the one I could say for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, is Bubu Andrade. But anyway, Carlos Takam is making his way to the ring, so let's put that sound on. Let's focus in. Let's zero in. It's your boy BT, the Untouchable True School Sports Empire. Oh shit! Carlos Takam is walking out. Carlos Takam is walking out to the John Cena song. Carlos Takam is walking out to My Time Is Now by John Cena. Your time is up. My time is now.
Is he going to have the style to trouble Joe Joyce?
I can't believe Carlos Takam is walking up to John Cena. My time is now. Hey, you know what? I'm picking Joyce to win, but I'm going for Takam. As a former member of the Chain Gang, I fuck with John Cena. So to hear Carlos Takam coming out to John Cena's music, it's getting me gassed up. So Kama's walking out to John Cena. Joe Joyce might as well just stay in the locker room. It's over for him. It's over. It's over, bro. Joe Joyce is done. It's done.
Stopped 3 times, like Alexander Povetkin. Anthony Joshua and Derek Chisora.
Man, Canelo Alvarez got exposed in sparring against Ronald Ellis. I don't even want to hear about Canelo Alvarez. Ronald Ellis exposed him in sparring. I don't want to hear about that guy. We don't even want to hear about Canelo. The guy that did just beat him up in sparring. So like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
That's about 5.
A problem
Yeah,
with
he was one of my childhood heroes too.
He's going to be coming in fairly soon, and indeed now he is making his way towards the arena. There he is. He's there and ready to
Joe
go.
Joyce.
And he'll be getting the big introduction from Thomas Treiber very soon. Oh, little room's just down the road from there. I didn't realise I was only a couple.
Who is this person?
From Joe Joyce. There we go.
Brendan Taylor, the untouchable, True School Sports, an American sex symbol, and the voice of boxing. That's who I am. Who are you?
6'6".
What the hell is Joe Joyce wearing?
18 stone for this particular fight.
What the hell?
Son Jones, his trainer alongside him. And now what's going on? Another delay.
This man really came out to John Cena. Uh-oh. I don't know, man. That Joe Joyce costume looks pretty heavy.
Surely not.
It might be pretty heavy.
We are in a moment going to have Thomas. Here we go.
Oh shit, come on. Don't do this to me, crack streams. Carlos Takam looking real dangerous. That boy looking real dangerous. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Oh my God. Well, with Big Juggernaut. That song is tight. Like it's like war. They don't want a war with Big Juggernaut. They don't want a war with. Bro, what the hell is that mask he's wearing?
I'll tell you one thing, it must be some size helmet.
Bro, that helmet that Joe Joyce is wearing, it weighs like 3 times more than Deontay Wilder's whole costume. Look how heavy that thing looks. He said Deontay lent it to us. Funny. But yeah, the fight's about to happen. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. We here. Mando says, I spar with Takam. He's weak as fuck. Man. Oh boy, hating. We got Carlos Takam sparring partners.
He'll be wanting to prove that belief is well founded tonight.
Joe Joyce has lost his damn mind with that helmet. Have I been watching any Gold Cup? I might check the games out tonight or tomorrow. I'm gonna watch the USA play. They're playing Jamaica soon. Nando says, I mean, he KO'd me, but still, he's weak. Damn. He said he's weak. He said Carlos Takam needs to do some pull-ups. It's a push-ups. All right, so we're getting ready for those introductions right now. Joe Joyce, Carlos Takam, moments away. Joe Joyce trying to hold down that mandatory spot, increase heavyweight resume, and put away the very dangerous Carlos Takam. It is worth noting that I believe when Joshua fought Carlos Takam, it took Joshua 10 rounds. So, could use it as a measuring stick if you want.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. From the SSE Arena, Wembley, London, this is our Fight Night Live main event.
Yo, smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Carlos Takam, 39 wins, 5 losses, 28 knockouts. 4-fight winning streak since being knocked out against Derek Chisora. He's only been stopped by Povetkin, Joshua, and Derek Chisora. So the best top boxing fighters don't have puffed up muscles. That's true. That's true. Most boxers have lean muscle mass. That's what it's called, lean muscle mass. That's right. That's right. He said, I have a stream with no audio, so I'm using your audio. Thank you, Mando. There's Joe Joyce, the mandatory challenger for Anthony Joshua. This is Takam's. Takam is Joe Joyce's shortest ever opponent. So we're gonna see how this works out for Takam. Slotello, what's good, champ? I haven't seen you. I got AJ by decision. I'm getting gassed right now. I'm getting gassed. When you see me shadow boxing, I'm getting gassed. Let's go, champ. All right, so get your last minute predictions in. Smash that like button. The untouchable True School Sports Empire. Carlos Takam, all muscle bound. He came into John Cena, so I'm gonna go with Carlos. I'm picking Joe Joyce. I got him by a 6-round knockout, but I'm going for Carlos Takam because he came in with John Cena. My time is now, so you gotta go for him. Shout out to my guy Noel Dorby. I'm new to this channel. I like it. Welcome to the Empire, the untouchable True School Sports Empire. Make sure you subscribe, Noel. Good to have you. All right, so here we go. Round number 1. Joe Joyce versus Carlos Takam.
As you said, I'm sure it's something that Joe is prepared.
Joe Joyce trying to build off that big win against Daniel Dubois. Joe Joyce in the, what is that? Reddish, pinkish trunks. Carlos Takam in the black trunks. It's a big fight in the heavyweight division. An important fight in the heavyweight division for both men. For Takam, this could be his last chance at the big times in boxing.
Joyce came to the game late.
Joe Joyce
as an amateur when he was 22 years old.
Looking to try to pick Carlos Takam off with that jab. Takam shoots overhand right. That's blocked by Joyce. Joyce throwing that jab, keeping Carlos Takam at bay. And there you go, that jab scoring already. That long, strong jab by Joe Joyce. Takam shoots a left hook, and Joyce blocks.
He's very unpredictable with his rhythm. We saw that in the
jab to something from Takam, and Takam with an overhand right that scores. Another overhand right by Carlos Takam. Okay, Takam.
Disadvantage can be an advantage, and you saw that there.
He has got a tremendous chin, Joe Joyce, but I'm sure he'd rather not prove that.
That's right.
Joe Joyce throwing a good steady diet of jabs right now. Takam fighting a very patient fight. And you can tell Takam so far with the way he's boxing the movement. He's looking for that. He's looking at the counter punch.
And invested a lot into the body of Takam before bringing the head over. Takam loves a counter left hook.
A lot of counters so far from Takam.
Showed him downstairs, pulled the hook out of Takam and pulled the right hand over the top. Something Joe's just got to be careful of is, as I say, stepping in with that jab, Takam getting underneath it and bowling the right hand.
There you go, good jab test out there from Takam. Takam rolls out. 1 minute left here in round number 1 between Joe Joyce and Carlos Takam.
A lot of people around the sport, and I know that the big lads all really rate him, and it's a
good jab there for Takam. Oh, overhand right from Takam.
Certainly will be, and that down the stretch will definitely be a factor for Takam.
Takam just missed the overhand right. So a good positive start here from Takam. You know, you got Joe Joyce trying to find his range. Takam doing a good job of letting some good counter shots here round one.
For stepping in with the overhand right.
Well, Takam's landed a couple of those punches, but for the most part, this opening round, which hasn't
good jab there from Joyce.
Too dynamically, has been dominated by the left-hand lead of Joyce.
I don't know about all that. I don't think it's been a dominant round. Overhand right again for Takam.
The third time that he's landed with that sneak right hand over the top that Ben's been talking about. And another one, shake of the head from Joyce.
Man, Takam's laying a lot of overhand rights. And Carlos Takam has come to fight. Carlos Takam has come to fight. I think I gave Takam won that first round. I think Takam won that first round. Shout out to my guy Felipe, aka the Hefe. He said, "Is this on the zone?" Felipe, no, it's on Crack Streams. It's not on the zone. The link's right there. Just go to Hyro's comment and you'll see it. Thank you, Hyro. Shout out to Hyro.
Perco, we've got your back. Visit perco.co.uk.
Yeah, man. Good start there from Takam. You know, Joe Joyce is throwing. He's giving a good steady diet of jabs. You see the jab. It's there. And he's throwing it. He's touching, shooting it. But Takam's being very patient, and he's using his lack of height to his advantage. You know, he'll still punch. He'll come over the top. Like you see the replay right here. Takam gets grazed with a jab, comes and fires over with a right-hand counter over the top immediately. So some good work from Takam. I actually gave him that first round. I think he out-hustled Joyce. He landed the better punches. And, yeah, Takam won nothing.
Punch from Takam, and he landed enough to certainly make it an argument that he might have won that opening round.
Yeah, I think Takam may have, you know, there's a shout to give him that opening round because, you know, the damaging shots and the more clear shots definitely came from Takam there.
Oh, good left hook there from Takam.
Joyce will want to try and establish a dominance. He has got that phenomenal chin, though.
Joe Joyce still trying to get that jab fully and firmly established. I like Takam right now. He's not staying in one place. He's not allowing Joe Joyce to set his feet and do what he wants to do. He's using the lack of speed from Joe Joyce against him right now, and he's countering.
When someone's consistently throwing back when you throw, sometimes it's safer to shoot.
There you go. Good jab from Takam.
Especially Joe being such a big guy and being able to tower over Takam. It was a tactical kick to go off.
There you go. Good jab from Joe Joyce.
Get your shot off, smother, use your weight, and be physical with the opponent on top of him.
There you go. Good up jab there from Carlos Takam.
Plenty to think about right now is Carlos Takam.
Takam fighting a really smart fight right now. Good right hand from Joe Joyce, followed by a jab. There you go. Good body shot there from Takam. There you go. Another body shot from Takam.
It's under the watchful eye of referee Steve Gray, though, who was happy that there was nothing.
Joyce is pumping that jab, but a lot of these jabs are missing. Takam's doing a good job of moving that torso.
I would like to see him fight a little bit more.
Good defense there by Joe. Joe just blocked that right hand from Takam. There you go. Good right hand from Joe Joyce. 1 minute and 4 seconds left.
Working away behind that jab as he did so effectively in his last fight.
There you go. Good jab again from Joyce. Takam fighting a very patient fight so far. Good body shot. There you go. Right hand to the stomach there by Takam. Oh, overhand right by Carlos Takam. Man, you knew when it came out to John Cena. You knew when he came out to John Cena, he wasn't going out like no punk. You know, I had my questions about Takam. When we heard it come out to John Cena's theme music, there was no way he was going out like a punk. Good defense there by Takam. Okay. We see you. Good jab there from Takam again. Oh! And a right hand straight down the pipe from Takam. Another right hand from Takam. Oh my God. Oh my God. Another right hand from Takam. He beat the shit out of Joe Joyce. John Cena. Long live John Cena. Two other Takam. That John Cena magic is not to be underestimated. Carlos Takam. 2-0 Takam. What do you guys? Joe Joyce looking slow as molasses. Joe DMV Joyce, because he looks about as slow as the DMV right now. When you go to get your license renewed, when you go to take a driving test, he looks like the DMV. Oh my fucking God. Joe Joyce is trash. But I remember when he fought Dubois, he got to a slow start too. So it's very possible that Takam could fade here past the 4th round and Joyce could pick it up. It's possible. Joe Joyce, you can't see Takam. You can't see Takam. Joe Joyce is always squaring up. Yeah, he is. All right, so we head to round 3. Can Carlos Takam keep this John Cena magic going? The power of John Cena will not be underestimated. It's a key round for Joe Joyce, because Carlos Takam came to fight. Because Carlos Takam knows it's at stake. He knows this is his last shot at the big times, and he knows that a win against Joe Joyce would be massive for his career. Good right hand there from Takam.
Take away the height difference, but still keep the reach and length.
I love what Takam is doing. Takam is doing a good job of moving his head off the center line. So he's not giving Joe Joyce a target to establish that jab, which is not allowing Joe Joyce, which is nullifying Joe Joyce from setting up those secondary punches, the right hand, the left hook, the other punches he wants to land. So as long as he keeps moving that head off the center line, oh, good body shot from Joe Joyce, but it's countered by overhand right from Takam. Oh my God, Takam again. Good jab there by Joe Joyce.
Showing that notorious resilience that he has.
A few feints in between. It's going to keep Takam reactive, defensive. Going to throw his timing off.
Not a lot going on right now. Joe Joyce still can get that jab established right now. There you go. And now Joe Joyce is starting to throw an up jab. Now he's abandoned the conventional jab, and now he's throwing the up jab. So now he's got his hand at his waist, and he's trying to throw the up jab. So an adjustment there from Joe Joyce.
It's already starting to develop into a very, very interesting contest.
Good left hook from Takam. Oh, another one. Body shot from Takam.
Joyce trying to show his strength.
There you go. Good right hand from Takam with that, but Joe Joyce is rolling it. Oh shit. The stream is frozen. They don't want a war. They don't want a war with Big Juggernaut. Big Juggernaut.
Something that worked massively for Joyce and started killing him while he's bending down there. That's better from Joyce.
Man, Takam find a good fight though.
For Joyce in the Dubois fight was the unpredictable rhythm of the lead hand, and that seems to have gone out the window right now.
Joe Joyce looks horrible right now.
Closing seconds of the third. Joyce has had more success.
Oh, that's a tough round to score. That's a tough round. I can see that round being for Takam, but I think Joe just did enough to win that round. I think Joe just did enough to win that round. So I got a 2-1. But he made it interesting. So not a positive start for the Juggernaut Joe Joyce. He's coming out a bit flat. What do you guys think? You know, it's the untouchable True School Sports Empire. It's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor. Make sure y'all smash that like button. If you're new to the channel and you like what's going on, you know, subscribe. You know, super chat if you like the content. It's always appreciated. Yeah, I got you, Johnny. Anybody who's interested in watching the fight, here's the link that I'm watching on right now. Yo, boom. Iowa just dropped it too, so.
Well, interesting listening in there.
Takam, 2 for me. Takam ain't got enough pop to chin Joe Joyce. Takam will start to fade now. That's what I'm saying. I think around like round 4, 5, 6, you know, Takam's gonna start fading because he's old and he's too damn muscle bound. You can't have all them damn muscles.
And the referee pausing the action, and now we
Joe Joyce's defense. Joe Joyce likes to block punches with his face. He's got that freaking Ruslan Provodnikov defense.
To bluff him and get some rest now.
That attack in the last 20 seconds from Joyce, you know, I mean, I don't think there was a lot.
There you go. Good left hook from Takam as we start round 4. Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce hasn't looked so good. Hasn't looked that good so far. Oh my God! Left hook, straight right, left hook, right hand. Oh my God! Carlos Takam. Who are you, champ? Who are you? Who is this guy?
Potentially have been a turning moment for Joe. Joe's just allowing him room to get underneath him there. Step in, tie him up, use your weight, be
good jab there from Joe Joyce.
Giant heavyweights, of course.
There you go, Takam with the body shot. Very key. The body shots are very key for Takam.
Guys who have been 6 foot and thereabouts. You think of Mike Tyson, of course, Evander Holyfield, going back. Rocky Marciano. You don't have to be a huge man to be an effective heavyweight.
No, exactly. As I said before the fight started, that a height disadvantage using the right tactics can become an advantage. But Joe shouldn't be allowing Takam to sit on his chest and push him back in that way. Should be getting
1 minute and 35 seconds left here, round 4.
Physical with him, using his physical size.
Joe Joyce looks like trash right now. Good body shot to give him Takam. Oh, and then a right hand. Some good jabs by Joe Joyce picking Takam off. God, he's so slow. I like Joyce, but this man is slow.
Engine and durability, toughness, and volume will start to play a part. But Joe's definitely taken too many along the way.
Overhand right from Takam.
Overhand right once more.
Good body shot from Joe Joyce.
Yeah, Joe Joyce with the body shots. Joe Joyce with the rib dinner.
Referee telling him to keep his punches up, I think, but I'm not sure there was anything wrong with it.
Another good body shot. He's starting to invest in the body, which is something we saw from Derek.
Man, shut up, Ben. He's letting a body shot here or there, but calm down. Shut up, Ben Davidson. You don't know what you're talking about. Go get Josh Taylor his freaking water.
He and his trainers will have studied previous Takam fights long and hard, I'm sure.
There you go. Good left hook by right hand by Carlos Takam. Oh! Another right hand from Takam. Oh. There you go, Joe with a body shot. 11 seconds here around number 4. And Takam with another right hand. Joe Joyce has no defense. I got a 3-1. I got a 3-1. Jesus, man. Shout out to all 234 of you here. Make sure y'all smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. And drop your scorecards down below. I got a 3-1 to come. They're not gonna rob Carlos Takam, bro. John Cena, Chain Gang. Hustle, loyalty, and respect. That's what Carlos Takam is out for. Hustle, loyalty, and respect. BT, the tables have turned. This versus Dubois, Takam has the experience. It's a fact. Frank Warren paid off these judges. Takam Cena is getting robbed tonight. Probably. They're gonna rob our fellow member of the Chain Gang. He'll get robbed. Unless the only way he won't get robbed is if maybe they use Takam as an opponent for Daniel Dubois. So maybe they might give him a win. Anyway, round 5. Let's see if Joe Joyce can get it going. Good right hand for Takam.
He's a big, strong guy, experienced, tough, durable guy.
28 stoppages and his 39 wins.
Fantastic little upcut inside there from Joe.
There you go. Good right hand from Joe Joyce.
Joyce with that long and successful.
And if Joe Joyce loses, we're gonna play that. We're gonna play his costume. We're gonna play that ridiculous mask he wore to the ring, the helmet he wore. Shout out to my guy Costas. He said, "I like your channel from North London." Yeah, shout out to you, Costas. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy the fights, champ. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. I appreciate everybody. 2 minutes left here in round 5. Good defense by Taco. Joe Joyce
just doesn't want to go away from that era
throwing the up jab, but you know, when you throw up jab, Joe, it's supposed to be fast and snappy, Joe. So when you throw up jab, it's gotta be bah, come back, bah, bah, come back. There you go. Left hook. Come on, Joe. You can't get schooled by 40-year-old Takam.
Quotes attributed to Joe saying that he was just going to run him over.
Good jab to start there by Takam.
And he just responded by saying,
sneaky right hand of the body from Takam. Right hand up top.
Already shown that.
Good defense there by Takam in the high guard. Joe Joyce is he's throwing a lot of punches. He's trying to break Takam down. Good jab from Joe Joyce. Last minute here in round 5.
And there's not been so many big shots from Takam in this round.
Oh, there you go. Joe Joyce is starting to pick him off with that jab. That jab's working real good for Joe Joyce right now here in round 5.
But as we said, Takam will still be dangerous, as you can see there.
Yeah, it's coming from way back though, and it's now looking more like single shots from Takam.
Yeah, the investment in the bodywork in the 4th round's definitely started to pay its toll here. But Joe has gone away from it slightly.
There you go. Good jab from Takam.
Just still needs to be careful stepping in too hard with that jab, allowing the short guy to get underneath.
Ooh.
Come over the top.
Big left hook from Takam.
Like that. That's why it needs to be unpredictable. You can probe. If you look at Vladimir Klitschko, the jab's
Probably Joe Joyce's best round of the fight so far. It's still kind of close.
It's got less to travel, less time for the opponent to see it. Good uppercut there from Joe. Takam's legs looking very, very heavy now.
Yeah, closing seconds of the 5th, and this has probably been. Well,
yeah, I got Joe Joyce in that round. I got 3-2 for Takam. 3-2.
Looks pretty cool and composed. I agree that one was one for Joe Joyce.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you guys have the fight? How are you guys scoring the fight as we head into round number 6? Midway point of the fight, and this is the round of the fight where I picked Joe Joyce to stop Takam. So we'll see if he can get it done. But make sure y'all hit that like button, subscribe. We'll be live again next week for Conor Benn versus Adrian Granados. So make sure you guys tune in for that.
Steve Broughton in the corner there. This is Dwight York. Yard, I beg your pardon. Dwight York,
right, round number 6. My scorecard right now is Carlos Takam 3-2.
So Joe would have been careful.
Oh shit! Takam's hurt. You jumped all over him. He's hurt here in the 6th round. Oh man, Joe Joyce has Takam hurt, and Takam's in there fighting right there with him. Right hook, left hook, right hand, left hook, left hook. Joe Joyce has Takam hurt. Oh my God. Jab, right hand from Joe Joyce. Gotta be careful he doesn't punch himself out. Right hand, uppercut, left hook, right hand. Oh my God, Joe Joyce is punishing Takam. How the hell is Takam even standing up? Oh my God. Left hook, right hand, and that's it. That's it. I got my prediction dead accurate, and so did Joe Joyce. BT gets his prediction dead accurate. I picked the outcome and the round exactly. The untouchable True School Sports Empire. Oh my God. I mean, you can make the argument that might have been a stoppage where it was premature, but I mean, Takam was getting pieced the fuck up. It was getting bad. Takam is upset.
I suppose it's individual opinions on that one.
Personal pride, I guess. But Joyce.
I had it 6th round, so I got it dead accurate. And look, Joe Joyce, he doesn't get an A for style points. He looks like trash in the early rounds, but when he has you hurt, he knows how to finish you, and he puts his punches together very beautifully.
But his reputation, you know, if that was somebody else, would we be saying the same thing, or would we say good stoppage?
Well, Joe Joyce going over and sportingly giving a little hug to Carlos Takam. But this is the start of the round, and that's where it all began.
Yeah, brilliant left hook there from Joe.
Man, Joe is beating the shit out of him. Oh my god. Yeah, Carlos Takam wasn't firing anything. And when you get in touch with big, devastating punches like that, your legs are buckling, you're flailing everywhere. You know, you gotta throw punches back so you can show the referee something.
And you see the referee watching on very, very closely. And to be fair to Steve Gray,
that was a good stoppage. Takam wasn't throwing back nothing.
Furious, instant reaction.
Fixed fight. Takam has been kicked out of the John Cena Nation. That's right. The John Cena magic wasn't good enough for the whole fight. Yo, Joyce tank stays on full. That's what I'm saying. His defense ain't great. He's slow as hell, but he punches hard and he's got a lot of stamina. Those are always two qualities you want in any fighter. You always want a fighter who has great stamina and who punches hard. And Joe Joyce checks those boxes. He has those things in spades.
Down on paper, he's got Carlos Takam out of there quicker than the rest of the guys. I will say
the unstoppable Joe Joyce.
Was that due to an element of complacency?
These post-fight interviews are going to be very interesting. So we'll see what they got to say. 6th round. I got it dead accurate. I literally called the exact round. Yeah, untouchable.
Clearly not able to maintain the work rate of the first two.
Yeah, there was a turning point at the end of the third.
See, like we all knew Joe Joyce was gonna win. The hard part was getting the round right. I got the actual round right, so I'm pretty gassed about that. Fucking embarrassing for heavyweight fighting.
Normally a big supporter of referees because they're the closest to it, you know. And the bottom line is that this is a sport, and nobody wants to see a fighter carried out.
Make sure y'all smash that like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm gonna stay on for a little bit longer after the post-fight interview's done. I'll stay on for like 15 minutes or so, and then I'll make my post-fight review video, and then I'll go grab some food because talk is making me hungry. We 4 hours in, champ.
From there on,
if you guys are here for the first time, make sure y'all hit the subscribe button. Super chat. Joe Joyce, the Juggernaut, picks up another win. His 12th stoppage in 13 fights.
Tonight's our main event over, and this is how it ended. Here's Thomas Trident.
I don't think it was a bad stoppage. Takam wasn't firing anything back, and he was getting hit with some big shots, so it's his fault. Fresh BX, what's up? He says, one of my favorite fighters. Yeah, man. Joe Joyce.
Win number 13.
Boxing is soft.
He's done what was needed, and he does it by stoppage. And I think most people will say, well done, big fella.
And that's 12 stoppage victories in his 13 as a professional. Enzo Macronelli, first to you. At the top of the show tonight on BT.
All right, so I'm gonna listen to what the experts got to say. I'll react to it. I'll watch the interviews, and then we'll talk for like 15, 20 minutes.
Performance to underline his credentials. Has he done that?
The performance-wise, the stoppage-wise, yes. You know, he come on strong. You see him tackling burnt. To be honest, that was the most. He's never been known for his defensive skills. He's never been known to be very elusive. But tonight, he seemed to get caught a lot more than he always had.
Took a few risks tonight.
Yeah, he did, and I think it was mentioned earlier on in the program that tackle is the shortest by Joe Joyce's foot, and I think he's actually struggled with the height because he was standing there.
No, Styles, he's not a world champion. Those are secondary belts. Those aren't the real world titles. The heavyweight champions are Fury and Joshua.
Now, Josh.
But Joe Joyce is very good. He might actually win some of those one day. We'll see.
Demonstrating to everybody, showing a bit more on the fights that make you as a.
Are you live a lot? I said the outcome a few minutes before you. Yeah, my feed was a bit behind some people's broadcast. So, yeah, man, that's probably why. But yeah, I am live. I go live every Saturday, sometimes Friday, depending on what fights happen. But I'll be live. I'll be live again next Saturday for Conor Ben versus Adrian Granados, and I'm probably gonna be live a couple of times during the week to talk about boxing news and things going on. So yeah, man, just be on the lookout. Subscribe to the channel. Hit them post notifications.
If he comes up and does that against Anthony Joshua, who's bigger, faster and stronger than Takam. He's in great
Shannon Briggs finally got a fight. Is he fighting Rampage Jackson? Because I know that was a thing.
Punished severely for that.
Takam just took a dive. The fight looks suspect. Joe Joyce won. I'm in England. Joe Joyce is shit. Ben versus Granados. Are you asking who I think is gonna win? Hey man, you know what? I know everybody's gonna pick Conor Ben. I'm gonna go with the underdog. I'm gonna go with my friend. I'm gonna go with Adrian Granados. I don't know if Ben's ready for this level yet. So I'm gonna go with Granados. The fight is fixed. Why do you guys think the fight was fixed?
Career terms, that's the step you needed to take.
Yeah, that's the step you needed to take. And now he's in line first and two.
That was a great credit to Takam, but Joe Joyce will be wiped out by AJ, Usyk, White, Wilder, and Free. We'll see. Nah, Adrian Granados is definitely not gonna lay down for Conor Ben. All sports are seriously rigged for sure. I agree with that, but I don't know if this fight was rigged. I mean, anybody who gets punched like that repeatedly.
Tonight, I don't think he was concerned was coming back. He seemed to stay at a distance where Takam was more comfortable. Takam was throwing in bombs.
The ones complaining are the ones that gave Takam every round. Yeah, probably.
Later on, he started getting closer to Takam, at which nullified Takam's shots. Was it a great performance? No, but let's be honest, not every style suits each other. He will be better. I think someone taller suits him, but it is one really amount of shots that he is actually taking. And like Josh said,
that's right. Talk to him. Say it louder for the people in the back, Fresh BX. It's not about what you like. It's about what's effective. That's a damn fact. That is a damn fact. It's about what's effective. What's effective is Joe Joyce having all that stamina and all that power. Durable as hell.
Not making excuses, but I do believe he struggled with the height. I really did. I think he's 6'1", he's 6'6", and having a punch down is a lot harder than punching up. And I think he really struggled with the height of Takam, and Takam making himself low, and he seemed to overreach. And every time he overreached, he got punished. Look, I won't say he got away with it tonight. He's won well. There's harder fights on the horizon for him.
Thank you both for listening.
Takam just lost like a punk. This fight was fixed. How is it fixed?
Was it harder than you?
Here's Joe Joyce. Let's hear Joe Joyce and Fish Eyes.
Yeah, he's a tough African lion, so all credit to him. And it was a good fight. He hit me with some good shots, and I managed to kind of work him out and where to land and stuff. But he's still dangerous. So I had to take my opportunity when I saw it.
You ripped him apart with a left hook at the start of the sixth, then took him apart with the other shots. I thought the stoppage was perfectly fine. But Joe, did he ever hurt you? Did he ever hurt the juggernaut?
Yeah, I mean, mildly, I'm pretty tough as they come. So I went with the storm and fired right back.
Sometimes, Joe, he was throwing those right hands. Everyone can see them in all the six. And he seemed to catch with them repeatedly. Was it because they weren't hurting you that much, or was he just...
Great comment. I agree. I don't think it was fixed either.
It's to do with technical skill and tactics and, being able to ride shots, block shots, use my footwork is like, the sweet science of boxing. So I use that to great effect.
And Frank, he's exciting. He takes shots, he lands shots, he knocks people out. That's what heavyweights are meant to do, isn't it?
I've got to tell you, it's a very, very exciting heavyweight fight. There's no doubt about that. They both gave everybody value for money. And it's a sensational finish.
And I had no problem with this. What about you, Frank?
No, I didn't. Look, if you're taking shots and you're not throwing them back, the referee has no alternative. And he was not throwing shots back.
And what about you, Joe? What did Carlos say in the ring to you at the end about the stoppage?
He didn't say anything about the stoppage, but we were just having a chat, because I was just talking to each other, paying our respects and stuff. Because it was a good fight. He's a warrior. He's been in so many great fights and stuff. So yeah, man, it's a good fight.
Joe, do you watch back your fights afterwards? Do you watch them back and analyse things that you could have maybe done differently? Is that something that you do, Joe?
Yeah. So when I get back to the hotel, I tend to watch my fights back and analyse my performance, see where I can improve, see where I got caught, and learn from my mistakes. If I get hit with silly shots, then there's something I can work on in the gym and keep on improving.
And that's the only way to do it. So where now, Joe? What do you want? I've asked you this question for the last 2.5 years. What do you want? Where do you want to be in 6 months, 12 months?
Well, what I want is AJ or Usyk.
Frank, is it that simple? AJ Usyk, the crowd wants it. He wants it.
He's the mandatory challenger. He's #1 now. And obviously, AJ and Usyk again on in September. And then he becomes the mandatory challenger to the winner.
And might there be 120 days before the fight?
No, he's the mandatory challenger. When they let that happen, they will decide. I don't know what, Usyk's a mandatory.
Yeah.
So I think that's, although that's behind time, that's a mandatory. But I think what they provided AJ wins and provided Tyson Fury wins, that they'll fight first, but then the winner will have to fight him.
But that could be late next year. Joe,
see what happens. Or if the title gets vacated,
he fights.
Yeah, that WBO.
Joe, we've had all sorts of fights. The Dubois fight, which was a great fight, an intense fight. That tonight, you took some shots, silly shots, you called them, and you come back.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Adrian.
Any more tests before he gets close? No,
We'll start talking in a minute. I'm waiting for this post-fight interviews to finish.
Any more tests? I've picked the level that's up and strategically moved. So, I've started at the deep end and I'm carrying on that way on a steep trajectory. So, yeah, I'm ready now.
And you're still enjoying it, Joe? You're still enjoying it? You're still enjoying it?
Yeah, I love boxing. Boxing's my sport and I'm doing well, I'm loving it, and we're bringing up some great shows.
I'll tell you what I love you. Frank, when's he out again? Let's just cut straight to the chase.
Listen, he's only had, when you think about it, as a pro, he's only had 13 fights. 13 fights. And he's in the position he's in, which is brilliant. He'll be out again, provided he wants to be, he'll be out again sometime in October. If that's what he wants, that's what he'll have.
Yeah, the journey
about the fans being back?
Oh, it's great. All the fans.
Frank and Joe, thank you very much. Holy, it's like time travel, Paulie.
That is a man, thank you, Steve. That is a man firmly on career path.
All right, so put that sound off and let's get into it for like 20 minutes. The untouchable True School Sports Empire. It's your boy BT, Brendan Taylor. We're 4 hours and 11 minutes into this live fight reaction. It's been a great live fight reaction. For those of you just tuning in, wondering what the hell happened, Joe Joyce just stopped Carlos Takam in 6 rounds. I got my prediction dead accurate. So I'm pretty hyped about that. Now a lot of you guys are saying the fight is fixed. If you could be so kind as to why you believe that, drop that in the comments down below, and I'll highlight your comment and I'll read it and give my little response. But look, I remember many years ago when I first started learning how to box. Many years ago, I remember when I went to the gym and I had a sparring session one time. And I sparred a kid that was way more experienced than me. And he was putting it on me in the gym. And my trainer told me, BT, you gotta fire back. You gotta throw punches back, because if you don't throw punches back, the referee will stop the fight. So it kind of took me back to the basics of boxing. When you go to the gym and you first learn to box and you spar, your trainer tell you all the time, you have to throw punches back even when you're hurt, because if not, you're giving the referee, you're putting it in the referee's hands to stop the fight, and you don't want to put things in the referee's hands to fight. You don't want to put it in their hands to stop the fight or keep the fight going, because if that happens, you're in big trouble. So that's what happened with Takam. Takam fought a good fight, did a good job of countering Joe Joyce early. He did a good job of dipping and slipping and just really making himself a pest in those early rounds. But you can kind of see after the 4th round, he got tired. Joe Joyce started picking him off with the jab, started stabbing him to the body a little bit. He kind of came out a bit lackadaisical in the 6th, got caught with a shot that got him hurt. And then once he got hurt, Joe Joyce never let up. Joe Joyce went right up on him, got right up on him, was hitting him with a barrage of punches, uppercuts to the head, left hooks to the head, uppercuts to the body. Like, he was getting punched the hell up. And Joe Joyce is 6'6", 240 plus pounds. Those are no pity pat, cotton candy, or rainbow punches. Those are hard, thudding, grown man punches. Now, was it a premature stoppage? Maybe, but Carlos Takam didn't do himself any favors by not throwing anything back. So, I know that I've been talking about corruption a lot, but I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go down that route with this particular fight. because I think it was a fair stoppage. The guy wasn't throwing anything back, and he was hurt. Damn near out on his feet, you know. So referee did what he thought was best. And Takam, listen, Takam should know as the guy that's the B-side fighter, you know, you're the guy on the road. You're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt, so you shouldn't be crying to get the benefit of the doubt. You shouldn't. You know, I don't like that boxing is this way, but it is this way, and you know these things coming in, so you got to fight your best fight, and he didn't fight his best fight, you know, and unfortunately he was landing some good shots on Joe Joyce. He was really asking some questions of Joe Joyce early, but he just doesn't have the pop. He doesn't like even the punches he was landing. He doesn't have the pop. As muscle bound as he is, he didn't have the pop to get Joe Joyce's respect. And hell, even when Dubois fought Joe Joyce, Dubois didn't have the pop to get Joe Joyce's respect. So how could you expect Carlos Takam to have the pop to get Joe Joyce's respect? You know, I'm just surprised the fight was as competitive as it was. It was good. It was a good account of Carlos Takam. Been in a lot of good fights. He's a true warrior. You know, you have to have respect for a guy like that, because a guy like that will always come. He'll always put forth his best efforts and always try to be the best version of himself in the ring. But he just didn't have the pop. He didn't have the pop to get the respect of Joe Joyce. But you know, whenever I get off here and after I do my post-fight video, I'll go start watching other channels and see their perspectives on why they think this could be a fixed fight. You see Joe coming out like the Wish version of the Juggernaut was funny as hell. Yeah, it was crazy. Listen, you got to give Joe Joyce credit, because look, when Deontay Wilder found that costume on, he was tired. His legs were zapped. Joe Joyce came with the helmet on. Forget a costume. He had a helmet. His whole head was being weighed down by the helmet, and he still found a way to get a stoppage. So Joe Joyce, man, he's cut from a different cloth. He's a different breed. He's built different, and you got to respect Joe Joyce. He's not like Wilder, whose legs were zapped by a metal costume with neon lights. You know. CW 1983 says good. He says good stream, BT. You got me hyped for Conor Benn versus Adrian Gonzalez next week. And look, I'm kind of torn because I'm a fan of both fighters. I just interviewed Conor Benn when I was in the UK, when I was in Las Vegas about last month. Such a lovely guy. It's hard not to like Conor Benn when you meet him. He was very gracious with his time, very nice to me. So I like him for that. Adrian Gonzalez has been a friend of mine for well over half a decade. Probably, you know, he's up there with Angelo Leo and Dominique Francis and Marcos Paz as my best friend in boxing. You know, I don't have too many friends in boxing. You're not supposed to be friends with fighters, but you know, he's my friend, and I'm gonna be going for him. It's a big opportunity for him. He's come off a fight that he had, I think it was in April, against Jose Luis Sanchez, where you know he won the fight and he showed a more matured style where he was boxing, and he kind of found that happy medium between boxing and being a slugger. And it worked for him, but he didn't get the decision in the Jose Luis Sanchez fight. They gave him a draw. This is his first time working with Eddie Hearn. He's fighting a guy in Conor Benn who's shown vulnerabilities in the past against much lesser fighters than Adrian Granados. But then Conor Benn's also shown more quality. So I'm gassed for that fight too, man. I can't wait. Hopefully, you know, God willing, we can get Adrian Granados on the channel this week for an interview. I'm going to try to get him this week. H Money. What's good, H Money? He says, BT, Joe Joyce will knock out Anthony Joshua. You think so? You think so? We'll see, man. When are we going to see you in the ring? Who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? The result was a Joe Joyce round 6 stoppage. Round 6 stoppage, just the way I predicted it. So it was good. It was good. And overall, not even close to the worst Frank Warren card I've ever gone live for. You know, obviously it wasn't the best card I've ever gone live for from Frank Warren, but it damn sure wasn't the worst. You know, we've had some straight snooze fests from Queensberry Promotions and Frank Warren, but this one was all right. I had some okay fights in the card. So yeah, man. Personally for me, I don't think Joe Joyce is beating Anthony Joshua. I think Anthony Joshua is too strong, too smart, you know, for Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce is old. I mean, despite the fact that he has less fights, he's like what? How much? like what? And AJ's like what, 31, 32, 30, something like that. He's like he's at least 4 or 5 years older than AJ. Excellent analysis, not fixed. And Joyce could not get close enough to KO AJ. Yeah, it would be an interesting fight. I think Anthony Joshua's jab and his boxing skills, they've just matured. They've matured way too much for Joyce to be at this stage. You know, shout out to my boy Milos Grogan, South Florida stand up. I'm not gonna repeat that because I'm gonna get in trouble, but you see it. But yeah, man, great overall. Good day of boxing. Good day of boxing. So what else? So yeah, maybe Fresh BX. I don't listen. Fresh BX is a massive Joe Joyce fan. He said we might never ever see Joe Joyce get knocked down, and I think the conversation with Joe Joyce is this: you know, who is he gonna fight next? Because you know, Joshua's fighting Usyk. He's a mandatory, so you're thinking about maybe. You're thinking about what? You're talking about a year and some change before Joe Joyce actually gets a title shot. That title shot, he's not going to get it right away. I'll tell you straight away, he's not going to get it right away. So you look at the top 15 in WBO, you got names like Joseph Parker. I know he doesn't have a fight yet. You know, you got Frank Sanchez and Jagba who are supposed to fight each other. You've got Luis Ortiz who's looking for opponents. You got Zhili Zhang, who I think Joe Joyce would beat the brakes off of. I think Parker would be a good fight for Joyce. I think he would beat Parker. That'd be an interesting fight. You know, you got Michael Hunter who's fighting Michael Wilson, a blown up cruiserweight. It's a cherry pick. He's gonna fight him in the Triller show at the Hulu Theater. You know, you got Philip Hrgovic, who I know. Listen, I think Philip Hrgovic will stop Joe Joyce. I think if there was a guy that could drop Joe Joyce, that's the guy right there to do it. Philip Hrgovic. But Philip Hrgovic still got some time to go. I remember when Sam Watson told El Tigre if he loses the fight, he might need to get his barber's license. When did he tell him that? And look, man, respectfully or disrespectfully, like, to hell with Sam Watson and PBC. They've screwed Adrian Granados over so many times over there. It's getting ridiculous. You know, and they're giving him losses he don't even deserve on his resume. I mean, he's the only fighter that I can think of in boxing who actually won a fight for a mandatory title shot against Amir Imam and an upset, and never even got the shot at 140. He had to go up to 47. All he got was opportunities at 47. Never got no opportunities at 40. And now it's been so long since he's fought at 140 that he can't even make 140 no more. He's welterweight now, so it's unfortunate. Joyce beat Hrgovic in the amateurs already. Bro, Philip Hrgovic was like 20, like 19 years old when they fought. He was young as hell. He was extremely young when they fought, and a lot of people that fight was very disputed. And Joe Joyce was in his physical prime as a man. So I'm telling you right now, if they fight in the pros, it'll be a different story. I can assure you that. But that's a fight I want to see. I want to see Joe Joyce beat Hrgovic. If they fight, you know, you guys know I'm going with Hrgovic. Hrgovic gonna beat Joe Joyce. We saw today. We saw Takam landing some shots against Joe Joyce. We've seen Dubois land some shots on Joe Joyce. We've seen Jennings land some shots from Joe Joyce. But I'm telling you, ain't none of them dudes punching like Philip Hrgovic. And yes, you gotta remember, when you speak to me, I'm the vice president of the Philip Hrgovic fan club. You know, L Dog, another subscriber to the channel, L Dog, he's the president. So we coming. Hrgovic is coming for that strap, or not strap, because Joe Joyce has no strap. He's coming for Joe Joyce though. I heard that Hrgovic will probably be fighting August, something like August. Woo! H Money, Team Tyson Fury, Team Tyson Fury. We in the building. That's right. I know H Money's ready for Tyson Fury. I know he's ready for the Tyson Fury Wilder fight. I can't wait for that fight. I can't wait to go live for that fight. That live, I'm telling you right now, that live that we're gonna do, that live fight reaction that we're gonna do for the Fury AJ, for the Fury Wilder 3 fight is going to be one of my greatest live fight reactions of all time. I'm sure H Money's is gonna be great too. I know his will be great, but mine's gonna be great too. I can't wait for that live. I can't wait. I can't wait for that fight because if Tyson Fury knocks out he said Anthony Joshua. If he keeps knocking out, if he knocks out Deontay Wilder out, we're gonna have a field day. We're going to that night. We're going to all the LDBC channels and we're trolling. We're trolling everybody that night. We're gonna go. You name them. You name them. I'm putting it out there right now. If Tyson Fury knocks out Deontay Wilder, I'm going to all the LDBC channels. I'm gonna go to channels I never even gone to. That's gonna be the first and last time they talk to me because all this dirt that's being thrown on his name. People don't want to give him his credit. You know, this fight's truly a waste of time. Tyson Fury beat the shit out of Wilder the second time. He really beat him the first time, so we already know who the better fighter is. You know, and all it's really doing is just holding up the division. We trying to see undisputed. We trying to see, we trying to see undisputed. We want to see Joshua versus Fury. BT, you're right, bro. Anthony Joshua will knock out Anthony Joshua too. I agree. I've been saying that too. He will knock him out. Listen, there's not too many guys in the heavyweight division that could beat Tyson Fury right now. I've been saying it for the longest time. You know, I'm gonna go with Tyson Fury until otherwise. I don't think any of these guys can beat him. And the guys that I do think can beat him are like maybe like a guy if he develops properly. The guy I think Philip Hrgovic will have a chance against Tyson Fury because of the size and the Olympic pedigree and the power. But he's got a long way to go before he even gets to that level. And even if he gets to that level, we don't even know if Fury will be there. I think he beats Joshua. He keeps moving forward. He has a great chin engine. Joshua will gas out. We'll see, man. We'll see. Fury Wilder 3 is the modern day Rocky 3. I never thought of it that way, but I wanted to see like if he knocks out. What I want to see is this: if Tyson Fury knocks out Deontay Wilder, what's the excuse going to be now? Like, what is going to be the excuse? Is it going to be what's it going to be? Are they going to blame the costume? Are they going to say he was on PEDs? Is Wilder going to turn heel and point the finger at Malik Scott? Who knows, man? Who knows? But that's the excitement of it all. You know, we don't know what type of bullshit we're getting, but we know we're going to get some form of bullshit. Fury will make Josh have a breakdown, and then he will knock him out. Absolutely. All that philosophical, all those philosophical quotes AJ says in interviews is not going to save him when he fights Tyson Fury. That's right. Like the great Mr. T said, what's your prediction? My prediction is pain. But yeah, man, boxing's in a good place right now. There's things about the sport I wish we could fix, but like I said many times, if you never heard me say this, let this be the first time you hear me say this. Boxing and the corruption in boxing, it's kind of like when you're married to a toxic wife. You know she has flaws. There's things about her you wish you can change, but if you want to have any sanity or be able to function properly in this person's presence, you gotta accept her for how she is, and you gotta accept boxing for how it is. So yeah, there's corruption, but you gotta accept it for how it is. He has hardly fought any good fighters. Come on, Hrgovic? Hrgovic's fought some solid veteran fighters. Don't worry about who he's fought now. When he gets there, he's gonna be a problem for anybody in the heavyweight division. So don't you worry, champ. Don't you worry. They will blame Mark Breland for having a voodoo doll of Wilder when he loses. That's right. PEDs will be the excuse. Nah. Get off of Hrgovic's ass. Joshua is the number one. Well, you're wrong. Tyson Fury is the number one because technically he's the lineal champion. That's the best number one. And number two, listen, I didn't say Hrgovic to beat these guys right now. I said when he gets there. When he gets there, that takes time. He's gonna need some step up fights, but trust me, he's coming. The best fighter on Hrgovic's resume is Molina. Well, Molina's probably one of the best names on Wilder's resume too. So he ain't too far off Wilder as far as I'm concerned. He coming. Manny Pacquiao versus Errol Spence is coming soon. Oh man, can't wait. That's gonna be another fun fight to be live for. There's all kinds of great fights we'll be live for here on True School Sports. But I wanna say I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna get up on out of here. But before I leave, I want to just thank everybody for coming to the live and making it a very enjoyable afternoon of boxing. Shout out to the wonderful life of Bob J, a notorious Deontay Wilder nut hugger. Welcome to the channel. But anyway, what I wanted to say is this. Thank you guys for coming to the channel. You know, whether you left good comments like Bob, you know, like Bob, who's a cornball, whether you left bad comments like him or good comments like Johnny Berber or good comments like everybody else, I appreciate all the comments because there's a million things you could be doing other than commenting on my channel. So, you know, I appreciate everybody. We'll be live next weekend for Adrian Granados versus Connor Ben. So make sure you guys come for that. And, you know, with that being said, I'm going to get up on out of here. God bless everybody. Take care of yourselves. Have a great and wonderful Saturday. And like I say in every single one of these videos, you can love me or you can hate me, but I'm just a kid from Dang. So until next time, take care, guys.